Chapter 29. The Southern States Alliance was an alliance formed by 10 large principalities and nearly 100 small states. Many small states even only had a single city. Warlock College Antalya was located in the center of the Southern States Alliance and dominated all of the member states of the Southern States Alliance. Warlock College Antalya's headquarters, St. Colin City, was also the only huge city in the Southern States Alliance with a population exceeding 5 million. St. Colin City, within a tavern. Alan's eyebrows were tightly creased as he continuously calculated in his mind, so bad, Warlock College Antalya actually didn't receive me. Are they determined to get rid of the mighty Steel Lord? It had already been more than 10 days since Alan arrived in St. Colin City. Within these 10 days, no one from Warlock College Antalya had come in contact with him. As if they had completely forgotten about him. This made him feel somewhat uneasy. Once Warlock College Antalya was determined to get rid of Yang Feng's fictitious Steel Lord Yang Yi, then Alan's situation would become very dangerous. But no matter how astute Alan was, his time in St. Colin City was after all too short, his intelligence was too little, and he was basically unable to accomplish anything. Mr. Allen, Warlock College Antalya's Colin Darren requests an audience. After a knock on the door, a very courteous voice was heard from outside. Alan's eyes lit up, he immediately got up and opened the door. Outside the door, an approximately 35 or 36-year-old official level 1 warlock, dressed in a white warlock gown with a silver thread on the cuffs, stood next to a female attendant. The young warlock said with a slight smile, "Are you Alan?" "I'm Warlock College Antalya's Colin. Colin Darren." "I'm Alan." Alan pressed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowed in salute towards Colin. In Tyrannid subcontinent, apart from official warlocks, the rest of the apprentice warlocks had to salute when meeting an official warlock. This was a necessary etiquette. If they didn't do so, then some narrow-minded warlocks would even take the initiative to get rid of those fellows who didn't understand etiquette. Colin said with a slight smile, "Please come with me. Blitz Darren wants to see you." Alan's eyes flashed with a touch of shock as he exclaimed, "Blitz Darren. Don't tell me it's that Scarlet Hands Blitz Darren." Scarlet Hands Blitz was an incomparably powerful level 3 warlock in Tyrannid subcontinent. He had once single-handedly destroyed a small mortal state and killed 2 terrifying existences of level 3 warlocks. Alan had previously seen only level 1 warlocks, but now that he could see a level 3 warlock, he was naturally very shocked and excited. The VIPs that Alan had seen before were merely level 1 warlocks. Now that he was able to see a level 3 warlock, he was naturally very shocked and excited. A level 3 warlock wasn't an existence that a nobody like him could meet. "That's right, it's Scarlet Hand Blitz." Colin smiled. Alan calmed himself down and said politely, "Then please lead the way, Lord Colin." Under Colin's lead, the 2 people arrived at a spacious meeting hall in St. Colin City. As soon as Alan stepped into the assembly hall, he saw level 2 warlocks sitting on both sides of the assembly hall exuding terrifying imposing auras. On the seat of honor in the hall sat a silver-haired middle-aged man dressed in a scarlet warlock's gown with 3 silver lines. He appeared to be 40 or 50 years old. Alan's body shook as soon as he saw the silver-haired middle-aged man's eyes. As if he had seen 2 extremely dazzling suns, his eyes were in severe pain and his soul was shaken to the point of almost collapsing and shattering. So terrifying. Is this the strength of a level 3 warlock? Truly terrifying. Alan had a splitting headache, his heart brimming with shock and fear. He was very clear that Scarlet Hands Blitz didn't even need to use any means, he could kill a level 3 apprentice warlock like him with just a gaze. This was the strength of Tyrannid subcontinent's peak warlocks. A level 2 warlock sitting beside the hall waved his hand and a rainbow-colored radiance shrouded Alan. Alan felt much better and heaved a long sigh of relief. Blitz looked at Alan and said indifferently, "Alan, what did Yang Yi send you for?" "Excuse me, Are you Scarlet Hands Blitz Darren? Yes. Alan said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The mighty Steel Lord Yang Yi Darren sent me in the hope of replacing Fernandro Principality and Cineris Principality, establishing a new principality based on the territories of the two principalities, inheriting the rights and obligations of the two great principalities, and serving the mighty Warlock College Antalya. The mighty Steel Lord Yang Yi Darren can display his strength to you, as long as you agree. We can destroy all of Fernandro Principality's resistance within a month. Destroy all of Fernandro Principality's resistance within a month, what a big tone. No, maybe he really can achieve this. Kenny and Arbane are both dead. Jant was also seriously injured, reportedly half of his body was shattered. However, to actually want to swallow Fernandro Principality and Cineris Principality, Yang Ye's appetite is really big. He can't even get Fernandro Principality, yet he still wants Cineris Principality. What a greedy guy. After hearing Alan's words, the level 2 warlocks in the hall started to discuss in low voices. The hall was filled with fluctuations of spells. Alan couldn't hear the words of those level 2 warlocks. Blitz said coldly, impossible. Fernandro Principality and Cineris Principality, it's impossible to hand them over to you. Alan said with a slight smile, if Warlock College Antalya's Darren aren't willing to hand over the two great principalities to us, then Yang Yi Darren told me that we can only choose to rely on Savage Claw. Presumably, Savage Claw's Darren will support us in taking down the two great principalities. Savage Claw. Fuck, if he relies on Savage Claw, then it'll be troublesome. This guy actually wants to rely on Savage Claw, what a bastard. The level 2 warlocks in the hall stared fixedly at Alan, their eyes brimming with anger. Savage Claw was Warlock College Antalya's mortal enemy. Both sides had fought for God knows how many years, with countless warlocks falling at their hands. Both sides were irreconcilable enemies. Now that they heard that Steel Lord Yang Yi actually wanted to rely on Savage Claw, it immediately filled them with anger and killing intent. Blitz's voice at once became extremely cold, with traces of extremely cold killing intent. Are you threatening me? Alan said faintly, no. I'm just stating a possibility, that's all. Chapter 30. Alan respectfully said towards Blitz, I, Alan, was born in Fernandro Principality. Fernandro Principality is my motherland. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to betray my motherland. Therefore, I desperately asked the mighty Steel Lord Yang Yi Darren, and finally moved him. As long as Fernandro Principality and Cineris Principality's West Wind Sea City were handed over to him, then he would agree to join Warlock College Antalya. Moreover, he would send his only kin to join Warlock College Antalya and cultivate the Warlock path. At the same time, he'll become a great wall of steel protecting Warlock College Antalya. As long as he's there, then Savage Claw's experts absolutely won't be able to pass through his territory and attack the Southern States Alliance. This condition isn't bad. Since Yang Yi was able to defeat Fernandro clan, then if he's sincere in relying on Warlock College Antalya, we'll obtain a formidable assistance. No. Fernandro clan is Warlock College Antalya's subsidiary clan. If their clan is destroyed, what will the other clans think? This will shake Warlock College Antalya's rule. Fernandro clan must be preserved. Otherwise, the foundation of Warlock College Antalya's rule will be shaken. In the discussion hall, the level 2 warlocks were engaged in an intense discussion. Some level 2 warlocks advocated for Yang Yi to join Warlock College Antalya's sphere of influence, while some level 2 warlocks were determined to protect Fernandro clan. Blitz pondered for a moment and then said unhurriedly, Fernandro clan has been loyal and devoted to Warlock College Antalya all these years. They haven't made any major mistakes in their work. It's impossible for us to abandon them. West Wind Sea City is Cineris Principality's richest port city. We can't give it to you. Change the condition. 3 great level 2 warlocks attacked Black City, yet 2 were killed and 1 returned with serious injuries. They didn't even get to see the Steel Lord. Warlock College Antalya attached great importance to Yang Feng's formidable mechanical legion. Even if it was an iron-blooded person like Blitz, after Yang Feng revealed a trace of intention to rely on him, he also had no choice but to weigh it over and over again. Alan once again took a step back and said, since it's like this, with the current power as the boundary, Fernandro Principality will cede the 3 cities of Golden Sand City, Ironwood City, and Bright Stone City. Moreover, they will compensate us with 300,000 magic stones and 10 bottles of blue mirage potion that can change a practitioner's soul aptitude. Then I can persuade the mighty Steel Lord Yang Yi Darren to accept your conditions and join Warlock College Antalya. Moreover, he can send his only kin to join Warlock College Antalya to cultivate on the Warlock path. He really dares to open his mouth. 10 bottles of blue mirage elixir are enough to promote a superior level, 3 spirit aptitude apprentice warlock to intermediate level, for spirit aptitude. However, although blue mirage is precious, but if we can absorb the Steel Lord into our Warlock College Antalya, then it's still very worthwhile. The level 2 warlocks in the meeting hall discussed spiritedly. In the end, the majority of the level 2 warlocks agreed to Alan's conditions. We agree to your conditions. Blitz's gaze shifted and fell on an old man with white hair and beard among the level 2 warlocks. Uterax, tomorrow bring the contract to Black City and sign the contract with Steel Lord. Uterax respectfully saluted towards Blitz and said, yes. Darren. Black City, Warlock Pagoda's basement, 1st floor. Kacha. On top of the altar, cracks appeared on the eggshell of the unknown life form. Yang Feng's spirit was slightly roused. These days, most of the time he stayed on top of the altar, just like a chick waiting for the life form within the egg to hatch. Now that the life form within the egg finally started to come into being, his heart was brimming with expectations. Yang Feng put his palms together and muttered towards the enormous egg, my requirements aren't high. Since it's something that comes out from inside the taboo stone, then it's basically a lofty existence. I'll be perfectly satisfied with a young of a dragon, phoenix, Cerberus, or any other kind of divine beast. A mythological beast with a cool background. In the Second Warlock Dynasty, those formidable warlocks conquered countless planes and captured a lot of formidable existences to carry out all kinds of taboo experiments. Those puny life forms and secret treasures basically didn't have the qualifications to be sealed by the taboo stone. It was precisely because of this that Yang Feng was so expectant towards the enormous egg. Kacha. In the midst of Yang Feng's expectations, the enormous egg at once broke open. Curled up inside the enormous egg was a cute little girl of about 6 years old, without a single piece of clothing, with a head of waist-length hair, skin as white as jade, sparkling and translucent like an angel. How could this be? There's no need to play with me like this. Where's the powerful contract beast? Yang Feng opened his eyes wide as he looked at the 6-year-old little girl crawling out of the enormous egg. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Yang Feng originally intended to get a powerful contract beast, then on the warlock path, he would have a huge meat shield and a powerful henchman. Now that a 6-year-old little loli ran out, he wanted to cry but had no tears. That little loli opened her eyes, that pair of bright and clear big eyes firmly stared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at that little loli's pair of pure, clear and beautiful black jewel-like eyes, the vexation in his heart completely disappeared, and instead gave birth to a feeling of tender affection. Forget it. Getting an Oriental loli can be considered pretty good. In Tarandit subcontinent, Westerners occupied a mainstream position. Reportedly, in the distant main continent, there were also a lot of Orientals. However, in Tarandit subcontinent, Orientals were still very rare. Those with a cute appearance like this little loli were even more incomparably rare. That little loli gave Yang Feng an adorable sweet smile and extended a pair of snow-white little hands. Yang Feng had a doting expression as he held the adorable little loli in his arms. Once that little loli was held in Yang Feng's bosom, she giggled, then raised her snow-white little hands, a mysterious force gushed out. The fragments of the enormous egg scattered on the altar flew into that little lowly's hands. She held those fragments of the enormous egg and continuously gnawed on them. Every time she gnawed on a fragment, that little lowly would grow by a fraction. 7 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old, that little lowly grew rapidly, very quickly grew into a 13-year-old beautiful young lady with a head full of beautiful long black hair, ample twin peaks and a sexy and alluring figure. Young Feng looked at that little lowly's constant changes, once again confirming that the little lowly before him wasn't a human, but rather a kind of other life form. Guji, thank you for hatching me. I like you the most. That beautiful young lady, as if from a fairy tale, threw herself into Yang Feng's bosom and said sweetly. Yang Feng caressed that beautiful young lady's beautiful black hair and said with a smile, "You were hatched from a stone and have snow-white skin. From today onwards, I'll call you Shi Shui." Shi Shui gave Yang Feng a sweet smile and said, Okay. Yang Feng clapped his hands. Before long, a robot holding a black Gothic lowly dress walked in. After Shi Shui changed into that black Gothic lowly dress, she at once exuded an astonishing power of charm, making Yang Feng's heart slightly moved, giving him a kind of dazzling feeling. Chapter 31. NR 3796 possessed Robot Bonnie and handed a pair of silver glasses to Yang Feng. "Owner, the data analysis glasses you need have been made." Yang Feng put on the silver glasses and silently said in his mind, "Carry out a data analysis on me." Yang Feng, basic attributes, strength 0. 63, agility 0. 74, physique 0. 62, spirit 0. 85, blood meridians, earth's trash. Soul aptitude, inferior level 1. Comprehensive evaluation, classified as a level 0 life form. Evolution potential, small. The silver glasses flashed with radiance and quickly listed a series of text. Yang Feng whispered somewhat gloomily, "Level 0 life form, my strength is really terrible." Adjusting his mood, Yang Feng looked toward Shi Shui sitting beside him and at once launched the scanning ability of the silver glasses and scanned Shi Shui. Shi Shui, basic attributes, strength 1. 5, agility 1. 6, physique 2. 1, spirit 3. 5, blood meridians, insufficient data. According to the analysis of the known data, this life form has a formidable blood meridians. Natural charm. This is her innate talent, making people have a favorable impression of her at first sight. For males, she has a huge attraction. Soul aptitude, superior level 8. Comprehensive evaluation, currently classified as a level 1 life form. This life form has a huge evolution potential. Yang Feng's eyes burst out with a scorching radiance, full of excitement as he thought, superior level 8 soul aptitude. Really too frightening. This is a monster level cultivation innate talent. My luck really isn't that bad. In Tarandit subcontinent, cultivators with level 7 soul aptitude were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, almost rarely seen even in 100 years. Superior level 8 soul aptitude, even if placed in the 8 great warlock imperial dynasties eras, it would still be a peak existence, the era's darling. Shi Shui seemed to have sensed Yang Feng scanning her state. She turned her head towards him and sweetly smiled, brimming with charm. Making Yang Feng's heart sway slightly, somewhat unable to control himself. Yang Feng relied on his strong willpower to forcibly move his line of sight away from Shi Shui's body, his heart surging up and down. Not good, the Earth's trash state is really too terrible. If it goes on like this, it absolutely won't do. Otherwise, if a random witch were to cast a charm spell on me, I'm afraid I would become her slave. After Yang Feng obtained the data analysis glasses, he began to practice the most basic cultivation for advancing to an apprentice warlock under Robot Bonnie's guidance, physical tempering. Apprentice warlocks were the lowest level of existence within the warlock system. However, wanting to become an apprentice warlock was absolutely not that simple. Every apprentice warlock's physique must reach the level of a knight rank expert, only then can they start learning the knowledge of an apprentice warlock. Without a strong body, it was impossible to bear the burden of learning such high-intensity warlock knowledge. Moreover, warlocks like blood meridian warlocks, who need to transplant the blood meridians of powerful life forms, without a strong body, they simply can't bear the impact of the blood meridian transplant. Once an ordinary person was transplanted with an overly powerful bloodline, they would basically explode and die. Originally, with Yang Feng's attributes as a good-for-nothing earthling, it was almost impossible for him to promote to a knight rank expert by relying on his own efforts. However, the methods of an official level 1 warlock were extremely terrifying. Every day, Robot Bonnie didn't hesitate to consume a large amount of resources to refine some of the most basic body-strengthening elixirs, slowly improving and strengthening Yang Feng's body, making him progress little by little every day. 3 days later, a huge griffin flew towards Black City. There were 2 people sitting on the griffin, they were precisely the level 2 warlocks Uterax and Alan. Halt your steps, immediately descend from the sky. Otherwise, we'll regard you as an enemy and shoot you to death. A level 4 bladed troop at the city gate raised its head and issued a loud electronically synthesized voice. The muzzles of the anti-aircraft cannons quickly adjusted and started to lock onto the griffin in the sky. Uterax suddenly had a premonition of danger, his eyebrows slightly creased, he pulled the reins and rode the griffin to descend from the sky. Uterax used a critical gaze to size up the level 4 bladed troop guarding the city gate. He quickly found a series of shortcomings of the level 4 bladed troop. These are Steel Lord Yang Ye's mechanical golems. The workmanship is really too crude, the power system is also far inferior to the 6th dynasty's fine products. The style is also far too different from the 6th dynasty's mechanical golem legion. The level 4 bladed troop was originally a crude version of Yang Feng's specially simplified robots. In order to pursue output and production speed, the level 4 bladed troop had a lot of shortcomings, but it wasn't a problem for it to crush ordinary people below knight rank, but even dealing with a level 1 apprentice warlock would be very difficult. Alan walked out from behind Uterax and said towards the 8-bladed troop guarding the city gate, "I'm Alan, the envoy of Warlock College Antalya. This is Warlock College Antalya's honorable envoy, the level 2 Warlock Uterax Darren. Please let us in." The level 4 bladed troop pointed towards a passageway covered with all kinds of scanning equipment and said, "I'm very sorry, Alan Darren. Due to the existence of assassins. No matter who it is, they must go through a scan before they can enter Black City. Please come over here and accept the scan." Alan turned around and said with an apologetic expression, "Uterax Darren, I'm very sorry. Due to the fact that not long ago we were at war with Fernandro Principality, we have no choice but to be cautious. Please come with me." Uterax was somewhat unhappy in his heart, but still slightly nodded and followed Alan into the passageway. Once they entered the passageway, a scanning ripple was immediately emitted from a radar-like instrument, enveloping Alan and Uterax's bodies and starting to scan them in all aspects. Uterax, basic attributes, Strength 21. 6, Agility 21. 9, Physique 30. 7, Spirit 36. 5, Blood Meridians, Ordinary Human Blood Meridians. Soul Aptitude, Superior Level 5. Comprehensive Evaluation, classified as a Level 8 Life Form, Level 2 Warlock. Uterax's physical data was quickly transmitted to Yang Feng. Too powerful. Yang Feng looked at Uterax's data, his eyes flashed with a whiff of shock. Uterax's physical constitution was several tens of times more than Yang Feng's. Even if Uterax didn't use any spells, he was still a humanoid monster-like existence. This was the terrifying aspect of a warlock, a level 2 warlock. After receiving the scan, Alan took Uterax towards the Warlock Pagoda's location. Warlock's Eye. Uterax cast the level 1 spell Warlock's Eye, a huge eye suddenly appeared above his head and looked in all directions. Chapter 32. This time, Utarax came to Black City with an important mission, that is to spy on Black City's actual situation. Under the warlock's eyes as spying, the scene within a radius of several li fell into Utarax's eyes. At this time, the entire Black City was still in the transformation stage. Every street was built with a permanent defensive fortress. On top of the permanent defensive fortress were 3 anti-aircraft cannons, 3 machine guns, 1 multi-barrel rocket launcher, and 6 12.7 mm heavy machine guns. The entire Black City was like an enormous fortress, with all kinds of cannons everywhere. Utarax's scalp was slightly numb. With Utarax's strength, a cannon was basically unable to harm him in the slightest. However, if he didn't escape, he would be blasted to pieces by the hundreds and thousands of machine guns firing at the same time. Utarax observed the entire Black City through the warlock's eyes, while silently thinking in his heart, if His Excellency the Dean doesn't act, then even if Bloody Hands Blitz Darren leads a team, it would still be very difficult to take down this Black City. It seems like the Steel Lord indeed obtained a portion of 6th Dynasty's Mechanical Golem Legion's inheritance. After passing through one street after another, Utarax's duo entered the Warlock Pagoda and directly arrived at the Warlock Pagoda's 3rd floor's main hall. "I'm the Steel Lord Yang Yi. Eudora, welcome to our home. Please sit." A liquid metal robot with artificial eyes and human skin draped over it sat on the seat of honor, before lightly smiling towards Utarax. Beside Yang Yi stood 8 level 7 primary battle robots. They were respectively 4 level 7 bladed troops, 2 level 7 gunner troops and 2 level 7 shield troops. The 8 level 7 battle robots' all-out defense was enough to allow Yang Yi to quickly flee the scene when attacked. The 8 level 7 battle robots were originally 5 to 6 meters tall giant battle robots, but in order to allow them to move freely within the Warlock Pagoda, they were directly shrunk to 3 meters during construction. Thus, their battle prowess was weakened by a lot, but they still had the terrifying strength to kill level 7 life forms. Utarax directly took out the agreed-upon contract document and handed it to Alan. "Hello, Yang Yi. I'm Warlock College Antalia's Utarax. I'm very happy to meet you. This is the agreed-upon contract document. If there's no problem, then please sign it." Alan stepped forward and handed the contract to Yang Yi. Yang Yi carefully read the contract. After confirming that there were no loopholes, he signed his name on it. "Utarax, what do you think of these 2 mechanical golems?" Yang Yi waved his hand, and the 2 level 7 bladed troops immediately walked to the center of the hall. Utarax carefully looked at the 2 level 7 bladed troops. The 2 level 7 bladed troops weren't in human form, their upper body was in human form, but they had 8 arms, each arm was equipped with an alloy long blade. Its head had countless insect-like compound eyes, as well as a bloody mouth full of saw teeth. Its lower body was in the shape of a ferocious tiger, and its tail was incomparably sharp, like an incomparably sharp spear. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, the 2 level 7 bladed troops immediately moved and madly fought. Dang! 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 Incomparably ear-piercing sounds of metal striking each other frantically reverberated in the area. The 2 level 7 bladed troops were like the most ferocious mechanical battle beasts as they madly fought each other, using every conceivable means, making people dazzled. Such strong mechanical golems. The battle prowess of these 2 mechanical golems is already comparable to that of a pinnacle level 1 warlock. Utarax watched the battle between the 2 level 7 bladed troops, his eyes flashed with a whiff of graveness. After the fierce battle for a dozen seconds, Yang Feng clapped his hands lightly. The 2 level 7 mechanical bladed troops immediately stopped fighting and stood motionless. Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi smiled as he looked at Utarax. Utarax said slowly, "Very formidable. The battle prowess of these 2 mechanical golems is already comparable to that of a pinnacle level 1 warlock." Yang Feng said with a smile, "How about I gift these 2 mechanical golems to you?" Utarax pondered for a moment, then said decisively, "All right. However, what do you need me to help you with? The two mechanical golems with battle prowess comparable to that of a pinnacle level 1 warlock were also very useful to the level 2 warlock Utarax. These mechanical golems were very convenient to deal with some large numbers of enemies as well as when exploring some dangerous areas. Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi gave a slight smile, clapped his hands lightly, shortly after his true body unhurriedly walked out from the side. Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi pointed towards his true body and said slowly, "This is my only blood relative, Yang Feng. He wants to cultivate on the warlock path, but his talent is too poor. I hope that when he cultivates in Warlock College Antalya, you can take care of him." Yang Feng pressed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowed towards Utarax in salute and said, "I've seen Utarax Darren. I'm Yang Feng, Steel Lord Yang Yi Darren's nephew." Utarax was a genuine level 2 warlock, moreover, he was a level 2 warlock from Warlock College Antalya, his strength was extremely formidable. Yang Feng wasn't willing to be disrespectful in front of such a formidable warlock. Utarax turned his head towards Yang Feng and gave him a glance, his eyes at once blossomed with a dark green radiance, completely enveloping Yang Feng. Yang Feng immediately felt his body sink, he was practically unable to breathe, unable to move, unable to think, his entire life fell under Utarax's control. His entire body trembled violently, a feeling of fear spread from the depths of his heart, spreading towards his limbs and bones. That feeling of fear persisted for a full 10 seconds before disappearing. Yang Feng's entire body was already drenched in sweat, he gasped for breath, his legs trembled incessantly, his eyes flashed with fear. Yang Feng's heart was brimming with fear, so strong. Is this a level 2 warlock? Truly too strong. Worthy of being extraordinary life forms that transcend mortals. Only when truly facing them, can one deeply feel their terror. Utarax creased his eyebrows, he pondered for a moment before saying unhurriedly, "Yang Yi, your nephew's soul aptitude is only inferior level 1. With such a soul aptitude, even becoming an apprentice warlock would be extremely difficult, let alone becoming an official level 1 warlock. Even if he joined Warlock College Antalya, it would still be very difficult for him to become an official level 1 warlock." Yang Feng's heart sank slightly, Utarax was an orthodox level 2 warlock from Warlock College Antalya. A level 2 warlock with a formidable inheritance like Utarax was many times stronger than a level 2 rogue warlock without an inheritance. Now that Utarax said that it would be extremely difficult for him to become a level 1 warlock, then it would really be extremely difficult. Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Ye's voice was deep and full of firmness, "He's my only blood relative, and also my only relative in this world. No matter what price I have to pay, I'll let him become an official level 1 warlock. Blue Mirage can change a person's soul aptitude, then as long as he can promote to a level 1 warlock, no matter how many bottles of Blue Mirage, I'll get them for him." Chapter 33. This youngster shouldn't be Yang Ye's illegitimate child, right? Utarax shot a somewhat surprised glance at Yang Feng, his heart brimming with curiosity. Utarax said unhurriedly, "Any elixir has its limits, taking too much of it will produce a resistance. His cultivation aptitude was simply too low. The Blue Mirage potion could only raise his soul aptitude to upper rank 2 at most. Even with our Warlock College Antalya's inheritance, a superior level 2 soul aptitude can at most only be cultivated until level 2 or level 3 apprentice warlock. Moreover, to promote his soul aptitude from inferior level 1 to superior level 2, the amount of Blue Mirage elixir required is at least 50 bottles. Each bottle of Blue Mirage elixir is worth 5,000 magic stones. 50 bottles of Blue Mirage elixir require a total of 250,000 magic stones. A magic stone was equivalent to 100 gold coins, 200,000 copper coins. 250,000 magic stones was equivalent to 50 billion copper coins. Such a huge sum was only enough to promote Yang Feng's soul aptitude from inferior level 1 to superior level 2. The price of promoting soul aptitude could be imagined. It was precisely because of this that even if it was a close relative, if the soul aptitude was too poor, then generally no warlock would let them tread the warlock path. Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi said in a deep voice, "Even so, I still won't give up. Euterax, I hope to be able to obtain some soul aptitude promoting elixir formulas. Can you help me purchase a few of them? I'll pay you an adequate price for them." Euterax said with a slight smile, "Soul aptitude promoting elixir formulas, every one of them is an extremely precious existence. I only have a soul aptitude promoting elixir formula, Banshee's Tears. But I have to remind you, this Banshee's Tears is an elixir formula passed down from the second Warlock dynasty. Many of its materials are special products of other planes. In the last 1,000 years, no one in our Tyrannid subcontinent has ever successfully concocted this elixir. Even so, this elixir formula, if you want it, then you have to pay me 10,000 magic stones." Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi said resolutely, "I want it. The 10,000 magic stones will be deducted from Fernandro clan's war reparations." In Tyrannid subcontinent, all the knowledge was in the hands of warlock groups. And every knowledge, if an ordinary person wanted to learn it, they had to pay a huge sum of money or the corresponding magic stones. Euterax opened his hand and a somewhat yellowed piece of paper appeared in his hand. Then, as if grabbed by a mage's hand, it flew into the hand of Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi. Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi glanced at that elixir formula, then quickly scanned it into the database and began to deduce and analyze it. Euterax said with a slight smile, "Yang Yi, I'll do my best to take care of your nephew in Warlock College Antalya." Yang Feng's embodiment of the Steel Lord Yang Yi was a terrifying warlock alchemist capable of easily killing level 2 warlocks. Uxt, Yang Yi, embodiment of. Uxt, this is Yang Yi, King 2, he is Yang, that, my, might. With Yi, Ming Yang, Feng, is, Feng, Li, Lude with my, said, my nephew, Yang, currently, is, Yi, My nephew, can you give pointers to Yang Yi? Euterax pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. Shortly after, a secret book appeared in his hand. A wizard's hand grabbed that secret book and directly flew in front of Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi. This is the part of Magic Notes Titan that can be practiced until level 3 Warlock. 7th Warlock Dynasty's Magic Note Dynasty's peerless secret method, it possesses boundless might. Although without the Plane of Giants Titan's blood essence, this secret method will forever be unable to promote to an official Warlock. But this Magic Notes Titan's foundation is very good. As long as you are willing to spend resources, then your nephew should be able to promote to a level 1 apprentice Warlock within 3 years. There were many formidable secret methods passed down from the 8 great Warlock dynasties. However, those formidable secret methods have long since slowly declined along with the changes of the times. Even so, that Magic Notes Titan is still God knows how many times stronger than Zhao Zhang's clan's Thunderox martial art. With Yang Feng's aptitude, cultivating NR 3790XS optimized Thunderox, but in his lifetime he would be unable to promote to a Knight rank expert. But cultivating Magic Notes Titan, within 3 years he would be able to promote to an apprentice Warlock. This is the huge disparity between cultivation methods. Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi casually threw Magic Notes Titan to his true body and said in a deep voice, still not thanking Euterax Darren. Yang Feng's true body bowed respectfully towards Euterax and said, thank you, Euterax Darren. Euterax, how many magic stones do I need to pay you? Euterax said with a slight smile, this Magic Notes Titan is too precious. Euterax said with a slight smile, I promise to help you take care of your nephew. This small gift is nothing. Magic Notes Titan's might is boundless, even in the 7th Warlock dynasty it was still one of the most pinnacle secret methods. However, in Tyrannid subcontinent, it's basically impossible to obtain the blood essence of a Titan, therefore this peerless secret method's value isn't high. My nephew has a little girlfriend, her cultivation talent is very outstanding. I want to ask for a powerful secret method for her. This golem is a small gift from me to you, I hope you'll like it. Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi clapped his hands, a level 7 shield troop walked from his side to the center of the main hall. A level 7 bladed troop's figure moved, it brandished 8 superalloy blades and fiercely chopped at the level 7 shield troop from 8 directions. The level 7 shield troop raised its shield high, a formidable transparent protective cover appeared in a flash blocking in front of it. The level 7 bladed troop's superalloy blades madly chopped at the transparent protective cover, yet it was unable to harm the level 7 shield troop in the slightest. Uterax looked at the level 7 shield troop's formidable protective cover, his eyes suddenly flashed with a whiff of a peculiar splendor. He looked at the level 7 shield troop with eyes brimming with longing. This is a protective cover with defensive strength comparable to a level 2 defensive spell. No, this protective cover's defensive strength might even reach that of a pinnacle level 2 defensive spell. In the world of warlocks, defensive secret treasures are always much more popular than offensive secret treasures. A mechanical golem with defensive strength comparable to a level 2 spell can even save Uterax's life in times of need. This is Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix method. Passed down from the 7th Warlock Dynasty, Magic Note Dynasty, it's a peerless secret method most suitable for women to cultivate. It's a secret method I obtained during my travels. However, this secret method is only suitable for cultivation from the foundation to the level 1 warlock rank. As far as I know, only Savage Claw's level 3 warlock Ice Blue Young Lady, as well as Snow White Pagoda's great warlock Snow White Madam have it. Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix method doesn't require a special blood meridians to be cultivated. If your nephew's little girlfriend needs to change her method, then it's not very difficult. You can let her first cultivate this method, then after reaching the level 1 warlock rank, she can then change her cultivation method. Uterax thought for a moment, then flipped his hand, a secret book immediately appeared in his hand, then was grabbed by Mage Hand and handed over to Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi. Chapter 34. These days, under Robot Bonnie's guidance, Yang Feng learned a lot of basic knowledge related to warlocks. I seek truth in the darkness, I seek immortality. These were the famous words of the first Warlock Dynasty's first Warlock Emperor, the Time Lord. It was also the famous words that countless warlocks regarded as truth. The ultimate goal of warlocks was to obtain immortality. Countless warlocks, in order to obtain immortality, had their footprints spread across countless planes, absorbed the knowledge of countless planes, captured the life forms of countless planes, carried out blood meridian transformation, taboo experiments, soul experiments, mechanical golems manufacturing and so on. Secret methods were cultivation secret methods created by warlocks after absorbing the knowledge of countless planes. Secret methods were divided into 2 types, one was blood meridian secret methods, the other was orthodox secret methods. Blood meridian secret methods were to implant a formidable life form's blood meridians, then cultivate a special secret method, allowing the person's life form to directly transform towards that formidable life form. This was a mature secret method obtained by the 2nd Warlock Dynasty after countless advancements, and after creating countless freaks. Before the 2nd Warlock Dynasty, basically all warlocks cultivated orthodox secret methods. Different from orthodox secret methods, blood meridian secret methods were extremely powerful, and their cultivation speed was also astonishingly fast. As long as the blood meridians of a formidable life form were transplanted, and they were able to withstand that formidable blood meridian. With the same resources, the cultivation speed of a blood meridian warlock who cultivated blood meridian secret methods could be 10 times that of an orthodox warlock. However, cultivating blood meridian secret methods also had their limitations. That was, once a blood meridian was chosen, then it would be difficult to change. Moreover, some formidable blood meridians also had the potential to evolve. Once the blood meridian potential of a formidable life form was exhausted, then if one wanted to take a step forward, then one would be restricted by the blood meridians, and it would be very difficult to take a step forward. Orthodox secret methods didn't have that kind of restriction. If a cultivator who cultivated orthodox secret methods was dissatisfied with their cultivation secret method, then they could change to another secret method at any time, or even simultaneously cultivate 2 or 3 secret methods that didn't conflict with each other. Of course, to change the main secret method, one would still have to pay a certain price. Magic Notes Titan was a formidable blood meridian secret method. The Western Extreme Ice Phoenix technique was a powerful orthodox secret technique. These 2 secret methods were many times more formidable than the secret methods of Black Cottage. Especially that Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix, even though it was only a level 1 warlock's cultivation method, but it was already an inherited secret method of a small warlock clan. As for the secret techniques cultivated by the knights, they were actually a branch of the body tempering warlock's cultivation. A knight rank expert's physical constitution is equivalent to that of a level 1 apprentice warlock. A Sky Knight's physique was equivalent to that of a level 1 warlock among body-tempering warlocks. Both sides got what they wanted, and after some small talk, they began to exchange the cultivation experiences of warlocks. With Robot Bonnie's memories as a reference, Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi inquired Utarax about a lot of difficulties related to level 1 warlock's cultivation. On one hand, Utarax gave pointers to Yang Ye's issues regarding cultivation as a level 1 warlock. On the other hand, he confirmed that Yang Feng's embodiment of Yang Yi was indeed only at the level of a level 1 warlock. Both sides talked happily, and 2 days later, Utarax left Black City. Dark Warlock Pagoda's 3rd floor, within the master bedroom. Sitting on a sofa draped in white bear fur, Yang Feng's true body heaved a sigh of relief and said unhurriedly, "The war has come to an end for the time being. We have now won a period of peace. We can start the construction of the stronghold now." NR 3796 asked, "May I ask where is the stronghold to be built?" Standing at the side, Robot Bonnie's eyes flashed. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and formed a map in the void with Yang Feng's sphere of influence marked on it. Yang Feng said, "Establish a portable fortified stronghold in Giant Stone City. Establish a permanent fortified stronghold in Black City." But Black City's fortified stronghold doesn't need to be built with a matter and energy converter. The matter and energy converter is the most important part of a production base. NR 3796 has a lot of technological creations that transcend this era. But due to the lack of materials, those formidable technological creations are unable to be mass-produced. The matter and energy converter can transform energy into a variety of materials. With this machine, it's possible to mass-produce even more formidable battle robots as well as other technological creations. Currently, the level 1 portable fortified stronghold doesn't lack steel, it doesn't lack energy, the only thing it lacks is dimensional crystals, which can only be manufactured through NR 3796's matter and energy converter. If there's a large matter and energy converter, then it's easy to transform dimensional crystals. Yang Feng intends to build a portable fortified stronghold in case he encounters an existence he can't resist, then he can directly take the portable fortified stronghold and flee. With that large portable fortified stronghold, no matter where he goes, he can quickly stage a comeback. Understood. What's the resource allocation ratio for the construction of the portable fortified stronghold? Once the resource allocation ratio is decided, then if you want to adjust the allocation ratio, then you need to apply and adjust it a month in advance. Yang Feng said, list the construction time when the resource allocation ratio is 50% or more. The resource allocation ratio is 50%, requires 3,712 days to complete the construction. The resource allocation ratio is 60%, requires 3,421 days to complete the construction. The resource allocation ratio is 70%, requires 3,012 days to complete the construction. The resource allocation ratio is 80%, requires 2,512 days to complete the construction. The resource allocation ratio is 90%, requires 1,900 days to complete the construction. The resource allocation ratio is 10%, requires 1,221 days to complete the construction. 10 years. So long. Yang Feng's eyebrows slightly creased as he said, if I obtain dimensional crystals, then how many days can I shorten the construction time to? 20 days. If you can obtain enough dimensional crystals, then I can build the portable fortified stronghold within 20 days. Yang Feng made a decision, then the resource allocation ratio is 50%, 50% of the resources would be used to build the portable fortified stronghold, and the other 50% would be used by Yang Feng to expand the mechanical legion, while simultaneously promoting the strength of his body. If all the resources were invested in the construction of the portable fortified stronghold, then apart from the existing mechanical legion, he wouldn't be able to manufacture new battle robots. Then if he were to encounter a great warlock rank expert, then his mechanical legion might even be completely destroyed. NR 3796 said, yes. I'll immediately start building the portable fortified stronghold in Giant Stone City. When I leave this place to study at Warlock College Antalya, then I'll leave this place to you. No problem. I'll strictly implement the laws laid down by you. Chapter 35. Hunting Tooth Wilderness was the only way for Fernandro Principality, Cineris Principality and Poten Principality to reach Warlock College Antalya. It was part of Cineris Principality's territory. Hunting Tooth Wilderness's climate was very strange, it was basically impossible to grow food. Cineris Principality was also an agriculture-oriented country, therefore, there were only a few large ranches in Hunting Tooth Wilderness. The rest of the places were ungoverned. Countless criminals, villains and scum converged from the three great principalities, forming ferocious bandits in Hunting Tooth Wilderness, threatening the people going to Warlock College Antalya. Whenever those bandits flourished, Warlock College Antalya would dispatch formidable warlocks to wipe them out. But those bandits couldn't be eliminated. Every time a group was eliminated, after a period of time, another group would emerge. It was impossible to eliminate them all. Those bandits were all desperados, they were extremely ferocious. Every year, many people from the three great principalities would die tragically at their hands on the way to Warlock College Antalya. Therefore, in the eyes of mortals, Hunting Tooth Wilderness was an extremely dangerous place. On a main road in Hunting Tooth Wilderness, an incomparably huge convoy was slowly moving forward. There were a total of more than 500 carriages in that convoy. Each carriage had been modified, it was fast and long, and it was stuffed full of goods. There were also more than 2,000 guards in that convoy. Stop! A voice reverberated in that convoy. The huge convoy at once stopped moving. Chefs very skillfully got down from the carriages, took out a variety of tools and started cooking. The door of a modified luxurious carriage opened. Yang Feng got down from inside. Shi Shui, who was like a fairy, also jumped down from the carriage. Like a small tail, she closely followed behind him. A small practice field covered with all kinds of weapons had already been set up. Yang Feng strode into the small practice field. Inside the small practice field, there were already 4 expressionless robots waiting with clubs in their hands. Come! Yang Feng walked to the center of the small practice field, took a deep breath, operated magic notes Titan, his whole body's muscles at once tightened, at once swelled up, slightly expanding by a circle. The 4 expressionless robots immediately held clubs in their hands and fiercely whipped Yang Feng from different directions. Magic Notes Titan was a kind of formidable secret method to imitate giants. Its core cultivation philosophy was to treat the cultivator as a piece of fine iron, after going through countless tempering and hammering, to stimulate the human body's potential, tempering it into steel. Under the countless wooden clubs hammering, Yang Feng only felt bursts of pain coming from his body, but when he operated Magic Notes Titan, that pain would turn into a warm current flowing within his body. After the 5 minutes of hammering ended, the badly battered Yang Feng quickly took out an elixir restoration water worth 20 gold coins and immediately drank it. That restoration water entered Yang Feng's body and immediately started healing. Restoration water entered Yang Feng's king and sex Yang. If he didn't have the help of healing water, then after being hammered, Yang Feng would need to rest for 30 days to recover his body. Moreover, if he was the slightest bit careless, then he could leave behind internal injuries while practicing cultivation. Zhaojiang clan, such a small aristocratic clan, doesn't even have 500 gold coins in their savings. It's even more impossible for ordinary people to use a 20 gold coins bottle of restoration water. So comfortable. After cultivation, my whole body feels relaxed and full of vigor. It's simply incomparable to my previous sub-health state. No wonder there are so many cultivation madmen in this world. This kind of cultivation is really addictive. Yang Feng's whole body felt relaxed and warm, extremely comfortable. He squinted his eyes and at once started to scan his state. Yang Feng, basic attributes, strength 0. 73, agility 0. 84, physique 0. 72, spirit 0. 9, blood meridians, earth's waste. Soul aptitude, inferior level 1. General evaluation, classified as a level 0 life form. Evolution potential, small. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement, apart from spirit force increasing by 0. 0.5, all other attributes increased by 0. 1. Magic Notes Titan really deserves its reputation. These past few days, Yang Feng had always been cultivating Magic Notes Titan. 10 days of time made all his attributes increase by 0. 1. This means that his body's constitution, in this short 10 days, had increased by close to 20%. Although he was still a waste, but it also made him feel the benefits of cultivation. Yang Feng looked at Shi Shui beside him, his eyes flashed with a whiff of jealousy. He launched the scan. Unfortunately, compared to her, my progress is trash. Superior level 8 soul aptitude is really abnormal. Shi Shui, basic attributes, strength 2. 5, agility 2. 6, physique 3. 1, spirit 4. 5. Blood meridians, insufficient data in the database. According to the analysis of the known data, the life form possesses formidable blood meridians. Natural charm. This is her innate talent, making people have a favorable impression of her at first sight. It has an enormous attraction towards males. Soul aptitude, superior level 8. General evaluation, currently classified as a level 3 life form. The life form possesses enormous evolution potential. Within these 10 days, Yang Feng bitterly cultivated Magic Notes Titan, all his attributes only increased by 0. 1, but Shi Shui increased by 1. 0, the difference between the two's cultivation speed was more than 10 times. One must know that the further along the path of cultivation, the slower the cultivation speed would be. A strength increase of 1. 5 by 0. 1 was much harder than a strength increase of 0. 6 by 0. 1, Shi Shui didn't use any treasures of heaven and earth, she merely relied on cultivating Western extreme cold mysterious ice method to increase all her attributes by 1. 0 within 10 days. This kind of cultivation speed made Yang Feng, who had drunk God knows how much restoration water, feel somewhat jealous. Shi Shui merrily clapped her hands and said, "Too awesome. Gidge. To actually be able to withstand a blow from a stick, truly too awesome." Yang Feng brazenly laughed heartily, That's only natural. A great beauty with a head full of golden hair, a height of 1.75 meters, a slender body, a voluptuous and sexy figure, a pair of huge breasts nearly bursting out of her clothes, dressed in a maid's attire, with a touch of fragrance, coquettishly walked in front of Yang Feng and said softly, "Lord, lunch is ready." This great beauty with golden hair and huge breasts was Giantstone City's White Cat and Hat Hotel's top beauty sissy. She was also Zhao Zhang's unforgettable dream lover before his death. After Yang Feng seized Giant Stone City, he slaughtered Sissy's original owner, a viscount, and conveniently seized her to serve as a maid. What a pity! The smell of travel is too strong, her skin is rough, her makeup is too thick. Sure enough, genuine stunning beauties are all warlocks or apprentice warlocks. Yang Feng glanced at the great beauty Sissy, his eyes flashed with a touch of regret. Sissy, who had gone through meticulous makeup, looked very beautiful, but if one looked carefully, one would discover that her skin's pores were thick, completely different from that snow-white silk-like Shui. Moreover, once the makeup was removed, Sissy's beauty would be greatly reduced, she would only be considered as an ordinary beauty. The only thing she could be proud of was her voluptuous and sexy figure. Currently she was number one among Yang Feng's group of maids. Chapter 36. The yellow rosewood round table was covered with a layer of snow-white tablecloth, the dining table was covered with fine porcelain imported from the eastern continent. Fragrant roasted oysters, black pepper veal, salt and pepper beef tongue, oxtail soup, cheese-baked lobster, one after another delicious and luxurious dishes were placed on the snow-white porcelain, exuding an alluring fragrance. Yang Feng used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of black pepper veal and took a bite. The plump gravy and the fresh fragrance melted in his mouth, immediately filling his mouth. Yang Feng praised a chef with satisfaction, not bad. Lute, your culinary skills are really good. Lute bowed slightly in salute and said, My lord, I'm honored by your praise. The top chefs within Black City's sphere of influence had already been recruited by Yang Feng and were specifically in charge of his meals. This Lute was one of them. I've finally lived the life of an aristocrat. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful maids surrounding him and the top dishes on the dining table, revealing a trace of satisfaction. With the forces under Yang Feng's control, it was enough to establish a small principality. Moreover, in that small principality, he was the only aristocrat, all the wealth was completely under his control. It could be said that his wealth could rival that of a state. Because the majority of the members of Yang Feng's forces were robots. Robots didn't need to be paid, as long as they were supplied with sufficient energy, they would work hard without any complaints and without any mistakes. Therefore, he saved a lot of expenses in terms of salary. It could be said that the majority of the territory's income was pure income, which allowed him to live a luxurious life comparable to that of a marquis. The oysters, veal, lobster, ox tongue, oxtail and other ingredients were all placed in level 0 secret treasures refined by warlock alchemists and specifically used to maintain the freshness of the ingredients. Just maintaining the freshness of the ingredients required the consumption of 1 magic stone per day. Ordinary aristocrats would go bankrupt after eating a few meals. After Yang Feng finished his lunch, he took the fragrant and slightly moist snow-white hot towel from Qian and wiped his mouth. He slowly got up and looked into the distance, saying in a low voice, They should have arrived. Yang Feng's words had just fallen, when more than a dozen youngsters dressed in gorgeous aristocratic attire appeared from the southern part of the wasteland. Behind those dozen youngsters were more than 200 mounted bandits in hot pursuit. The leader of the group was a slightly plump nobleman with blue hair. He screamed in horror, Help! Help me! I am the son of Warlock College Antalia's level 1 Warlock Abel. Save me! I will pay you accordingly. Help! Please save us! The dozen or so young men and women dressed in luxurious noble attire also screamed loudly. Yang Feng waved his hand, 200 level, for mechanical bladed troops with an appearance almost identical to humans quickly stepped forward and received the dozen youngsters dressed in gorgeous aristocratic attire. Among the 200+ mounted gangsters that were hot on their heels, a leader raised his hand, and the 200 mounted gangsters stopped their charge. An ominous glint flashed across the leader's eyes as he threatened coldly, I am the leader of the Storm Wolves, Bard. Those people are my prey. Hand them over and I'll let this matter rest. Otherwise, all of you can forget about walking out of this hunting tooth wilderness. Yang Feng glanced at the leader of the bandits and immediately launched the glass's scanning function. Bard, basic attributes, strength 5. 1. Agility 5. 7. Physique 6. 2. Spirit 4. 3. Blood meridians, human. Spirit aptitude, inferior level, 3. General evaluation, classified as a level 5 life form. Evolution potential, small. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and waved his hand. A trifling great knight actually dares to spout such nonsense. Go, kill them all. The 200 level, for mechanical bladed troops wielding alloy blades directly rushed towards the 200 bandits. An aristocratic youngster's complexion changed slightly, he whispered towards the level 1 warlock Abel's son, shit. Gars, this guy is too stupid. He's actually using infantry to rush at cavalry. That's sending his subordinates to their deaths. We should run away. Gars also whispered, I also think that he's very stupid. Tell the others to get ready to run away. After the caravan is defeated, we'll take advantage of the chaos to escape. Using an infantry charge against a cavalry charge was simply sending the infantry to their deaths. In Tyrandot subcontinent, infantry could only form a pike phalanx, only then could they contend against cavalry. Furthermore, only those most elite and valiant soldiers who weren't afraid of death could form a pike phalanx to contend against cavalry. Otherwise, when infantry met cavalry in the field, they would basically be the ones being massacred. The more than a dozen aristocratic youngsters who were lucky enough to escape, their originally relaxed hearts once again became tense. They looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. The best way to deal with the more than 2,000 guards of the caravan against the 200 valiant cavalry was to form a formation with carriages, then use bows and crossbows to defend. Only the stupidest commander would issue an order to have infantry charge at cavalry. Bard's eyes flashed with a whiff of contempt, he pointed at Yang Feng with his zanbato and shouted, idiot. Charge with me. Whoever cuts off that idiot's head, the women and goods inside will be his to choose. When the bandits heard Bard's words, they all shouted excitedly, they clenched their scimitars, loudly shouted unclear words and extremely ferociously charged at the 200 level, for mechanical bladed troops. Very soon, the Storm Wolves cavalry regiment fiercely collided with Yang Feng's mechanical bladed troops. A Storm Wolves warrior laughed malevolently, he brandished his zanbato and, with the help of the horse's charge, fiercely chopped at a level, for mechanical bladed troop. Once the cavalry launched a charge, with the help of the charge, they could even behead a knight rank expert. The Storm Wolves warrior seemed to have already seen the scene of the level, for mechanical bladed troop being chopped in two by his blade. The level, for mechanical bladed troop was expressionless, it only mechanically brandished the 2-meter-long alloy blade in its hands and chopped at the Storm Wolves warrior. In the next moment, a scorching hot blood sprayed out, the Storm Wolves warrior along with his horse was chopped in two by the level, for mechanical bladed troop, blood and viscera splashed all over the level, for mechanical bladed troop. Practically at the same time, countless amounts of blood splashed on the battlefield. The Storm Wolves cavalrymen along with their horses were chopped in two, their corpses scattered on the ground, it was like hell. An aristocratic young lady's complexion was pale, her stomach was in turmoil, she almost vomited and said in a low voice, so terrifying. They're all knight rank experts. How could there be so many knight rank experts? Chapter 37. Every knight level expert was not that easy to recruit. A knight rank expert's monthly salary was generally 20 gold coins or more, that's 240 gold coins or more for a year. 200 knight rank experts, that's 48,000 gold coins for a year's salary. If the various equipment of the knight rank experts were added, then the amount of gold coins needed would be even more terrifying. Only a royal family like Fernandro Principality was able to recruit 200 knight level experts. Gar's eyes flashed with a whiff of astonishment as he exclaimed, Knight? How could there be such a strong knight expert? Could it be that they're all great knights? Otherwise, how could they resist the assault of those bandits? Under the astonished gazes of the young aristocratic men and women, the 200 level, four-bladed troops practically beheaded all the bandits, leaving only the bandit leader Bud, who possessed a great knight rank cultivation base. Even though the bladed troops were modified and simplified versions, but they still weren't existences that ordinary humans could defeat. Impossible. What kind of freaks are you? What kind of freaks are you? Bud brandished his blade and sent a level, four-bladed troop flying. He saw the 200 level, four-bladed troops surrounding him and his eyes flashed with a whiff of despair as he roared loudly. 200 level, four-bladed troops could chop Bud into pieces. Even an Earth Knight rank expert wouldn't be able to resist the encirclement of 200 level, four-bladed troops. Yang Feng swept Bud with a glance and said faintly, "Surrender. I just happen to lack a great knight slave. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. If you don't surrender, then die." Bud tightly grasped the zanbato in his hands, clenched his teeth and said loudly, "If Darren can promise not to sell me to warlocks for human experimentation, then I'll surrender. Moreover, I'm willing to serve Darren. Otherwise, Darren, you'd better just kill me." Great knight rank slaves were still very easy to sell in the slave market. Some warlocks carried out all kinds of human experimentation. One of the materials they needed were knight rank experts and above. A lot of great knights who were reduced to slaves during wars, once they fell into the hands of warlocks, their fates would be very miserable. "Take this headband and collar. As long as you're honest and become my slave, then I won't sell you to warlocks." Yang Feng waved his hand. A bladed troop took a headband and collar and walked towards Bud. "Yes. My lord." After Bart saw the headband and the necklace, his expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he let out a long sigh, threw away the Zamadeo in his hand, and put on the headband and the necklace. Yang Feng said lightly, "These 2 things are secret treasures refined by the Steel Lord. Once you have any ill intentions towards me, it will explode and blow you to pieces. You're on your own." Bard's expression changed several times. Finally, he obediently said, "Yes. My lord. I understand now." In addition to the Mechanical Legion, Yang Feng still needed to continuously expand his forces in Tyrannid subcontinent. A Grand Knight like Bard could be considered an elite talent, and there were only benefits to recruiting him. The Steel Lord's mechanical puppet army is really powerful. Gars praised sincerely, then went before Yang Feng and said, "I'm Warlock College Antalia's level 1 Warlock Abel's son, Gars. You have the Steel Lord's mechanical golem legion protecting you. May I ask if you're the Steel Lord's only kin, Yang Feng?" Yang Feng said with a light smile, "That's right, I am Yang Feng." Gars said, "Many thanks for your help." Yang Feng swept those young aristocratic boys and girls with a glance, his eyes flashing with a whiff of a peculiar glint. "It's nothing. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, we should soon be classmates." Warlock College Antalya would recruit students once a year. Moreover, the age limit of the recruited students was between 14 and 18 years old. The majority of the students that would go to Warlock College Antalya would participate in Warlock College Antalya's examination after reaching the age of 14, and then join Warlock College Antalya. Therefore, the dozen or so aristocratic boys and girls standing in front of Yang Feng were basically all around 14 years old. The leader, Gars, was relatively older. He was also only 16 years old. Yang Feng was already in his 20s, standing among those around 14 years old boys and girls. He had the feeling of a crane among a flock of chickens. Gars introduced the dozen or so young boys and girls standing beside him to Yang Feng. The majority of those dozen or so young boys and girls were aristocrats from Poten Principality. These aristocratic boys and girls had originally hired a large mercenary group. Moreover, they had a combined private army of more than 100 people. Just regarding knight rank experts, they had hired 5 of them. Only, a traitor had appeared in that large mercenary group, under a pincer attack from both inside and outside. that large mercenary group had completely collapsed. The combined private army was also wiped out by the Storm Wolves bandit group. Only these dozen or so aristocratic boys and girls had escaped. Shi Shui came out of the camp with a whiff of a fragrant wind and walked to Yang Feng's side. As soon as Shi Shui appeared, Gars and his entourage, regardless of whether they were men or women, their gazes were firmly attracted by her. Not only was she astonishingly beautiful, but she also possessed an innate natural charm, causing her attraction towards men to become even more astonishing. Although Yang Feng was together with her day and night, but he still didn't dare to look at her. Otherwise, with his mortal body, he would have long since sunk into her charm, unable to extricate himself. Gars looked at Shi Shui, his eyes flashing with a whiff of infatuation as he said, "Yang Feng, may I ask if you can introduce me to this beautiful lady as beautiful as the moon?" Shi Shui's eyes swiveled, she said with a sweet smile, "Hello, I'm Yang Feng Gige's younger sister Shi Shui, I'm very happy to meet you." When those aristocratic boys and girls saw Shi Shui's beautiful smile that could kill both men and women, their minds swayed. Regardless of men or women, under Shi Shui's natural charm, they had a favorable impression of her. In the sky, on the back of a giant eagle, there was a short and small eagle trainer scout controlling the giant eagle to fly into the distance. "Let's have a bit more. Use your flesh and blood to establish Steel City's prestige." Yang Feng suddenly raised his head, looked at the giant eagle in the distance and said in a low voice. High up in the clouds, there was a miniature satellite suspended in the air. That miniature satellite was suspended above Yang Feng, monitoring in all directions. The giant eagle flew all the way, before finally landing in a huge camp that stretched for more than a dozen kilometers, before heading towards the camp's largest tent. In the largest tent's main seat, there was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a face full of scars, a pair of blue pupils, exuding a fierce aura. This tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a pair of blue pupils was Hunting Fang's Wilderness's most ferocious and most formidable bandit chief, Thousand Slayer Gria. He was also Hunting Fang's Wilderness's only sky knight with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. The number of bandits and caravan guards that died at Gria's hands exceeded 1,000. It was precisely through countless killings that he became Hunting Fang's Wilderness's most terrifying overlord. 200 knight rank mechanical golems. Furthermore, he still has 2,000 guards. In other words, he has 2,000 knight rank mechanical golem guards. After listening to the Eagle Trainer Scout's report, Gria's complexion became gloomy and he said slowly. Chapter 38. 2,000 knight rank mechanical golems, it's not something we can handle. Moreover, I also don't want to provoke Steel Lord, such a fierce person who can even kill level 2 warlocks. You, please go back. Gria turned around and looked at the person standing in the corner covered in a black robe, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, and said coldly. Snake Demon's Eye, White Bear's Fang and Fernandro clans 3 great level 2 warlocks joined hands and went to Black City to hunt Steel Lord, resulting in 2 dead and 1 heavily injured. This heavyweight news had already spread to almost all of Tyrannid subcontinent's great forces. Level 2 warlocks, as long as a clan had a level 2 warlock overseeing it, then they would have the qualifications to establish a small principality. Even in Warlock College Antalya and the other 6 great forces, level 2 warlocks were also important members of the Senate, the Upper Council and the Elder Group. For Steel Lord to be able to kill 2 great level 2 warlocks, no matter what means he used, it was enough to rank him among Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts. No one was willing to provoke such an expert for no reason. Yang Feng hadn't encountered any trouble all along the way because of the 2,000 bladed troops. Any force that wanted to deal with Yang Feng who had 2,000 bladed troops would have to think thrice. That black-robed person said in a hoarse voice, "A bottle of dragon blood elixir. As long as you obey my orders, then I'll give you a bottle of dragon blood elixir. With that bottle of dragon blood elixir, you'll have hope of breaking through the bottleneck and promoting to a firmament knight." Dragon blood elixir. Gria's eyes flashed with a touch of greed and excitement. Dragon blood elixir required level 3 or above warlocks with high attainments in pharmaceutics to be able to refine it. Moreover, one of the main ingredients of dragon blood elixir was dragon blood. Adult dragons were not only rare, but also possessed strength and wisdom that didn't lose out to great warlocks. It was extremely difficult to slay a dragon. Dragon blood elixir was naturally very rare. A bottle of dragon blood elixir's effect was also very astonishing. It could increase the probability of promoting to a firmament knight by 20%. Without dragon blood elixir, it was practically impossible for a sky knight like Wuxia to successfully promote to a firmament knight. Wuxia suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Dragon blood potion, I want to test the goods first." The black-robed man took out a bottle of blood-red potion and opened a small hole in it. A tiny dragon-shaped phantom flew out of the potion bottle, exuding traces of dragon might. Wuxia took a deep breath and regained his composure. He frowned and said, "It is indeed the dragon blood potion." However, the Lord of Steel had 2,000 knight-class mechanical golem guards by his side. Even if all of us from the cracked tooth wasteland were to attack him together, we still wouldn't be his match. Wuxia was a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Sky Knight level. Even if there were 100 mechanical puppets, he was confident that he could kill them all for 7 rounds. However, against 2,000 knight-class mechanical golems, he would only be throwing his life away if he rushed in. Even if all the bandits in the Hunting Fangs wilderness were to attack together, they would only end up dead if they were to face 2,000 knight-level mechanical golems. The black-robed man said in a hoarse voice, "No problem. As long as I can draw away most of his guards, I can kill him. After killing him, this bottle of dragon blood potion will be yours. With this bottle of dragon blood potion, once you promote to a firmament knight, you won't need to stay in such a damned place like the Hunting Fangs wilderness." Wuxia's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar light as he said in a low voice, "That's right, as long as I promote to a firmament knight. I won't need to stay in such a damned place like the Hunting Fangs wilderness." Firmament knights were formidable existences capable of contending with level 2 warlocks. No matter where they went, they would be solicited by various great forces. Firmament knights could casually go to any principality and become that principality's state knight, enjoying endless glory, splendor and wealth. The disparity in status and enjoyment between a bandit leader of the Hunting Fangs wilderness and a principality's state knight couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Wuxia said resolutely, "I promise you. My subordinates are at your disposal." Finally made a move. How interesting, it seems that the Hunting Fangs wilderness will have a lot more nourishment. Yang Feng suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, revealing a cold smile. Gars asked somewhat curiously, "Big brother Yang Feng, did something happen?" Yang Feng gave a slight smile and walked outside. "Let's go. Come with me to watch a good show." Gars and the other aristocratic youngsters followed Yang Feng outside in confusion. At this time, outside the camp, one after another bandit troops rushed over from all directions. The densely packed bandits appeared to be boundless, extremely terrifying. Gars looked at the densely packed bandits, his legs almost went soft from fear and he cried out involuntarily, "Bandits! How could there be so many bandits? Could it be that all of the bandits in the Hunting Fangs wilderness have come?" The rest of the aristocratic youngsters also looked at the countless bandits with pale complexions, their bodies trembling in extreme fear. More than 10,000 people blotted out the sky. All of the bandits in the Hunting Fangs wilderness had already been gathered together by that mysterious black-robed man. Their numbers already exceeded 10,000 people. Although the Hunting Fangs wilderness belonged to the Cineris Principality, but it was still the common border between the 3 principalities. All kinds of vicious criminals from the 3 grand principalities would escape into this wilderness, forming one bandit group after another. This time, practically all of the bandits in the Hunting Fangs wilderness had been gathered by that black-robed man, forming this terrifying force. From the middle of the densely packed bandits, Wuxia rode a pure black demonic wildebeest out of the crowd, coldly staring at Yang Feng's party and said in a loud voice, "I'm Wuxia, the leader of the 1,000 Kills group. Steel Lord's nephew Yang Feng requests you to come with us. Our master wants to see you. We'll protect your safety. Gar's complexion suddenly changed greatly, his voice somewhat trembling as he said, 1,000 Kills group's leader Gria, that's the 1,000 executioner Gria. He's a pinnacle Sky Knight expert. A man who had once escaped from the pursuit of 2 official level 1 warlocks. Hunting Fang's wilderness most savage hunter. Shit. This time we're in big trouble. The rest of the aristocratic youngsters' eyes revealed traces of fear. Even in such a large principality like Fernandro Principality, there was only a single Sky Knight such an expert. That was a formidable existence that could match level 1 warlocks. A Sky Knight could easily slaughter an elite team of 100 people. Such a powerhouse was definitely not an existence that they could resist. Yang Feng gave a cold smile and said, Sky Knight. Gria, if you kneel down and surrender now, I'll still give you a way out. Otherwise, this place will be the burial ground of you and your subordinates. Gria, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with such a waste? Charge, kill him. A tall and sturdy bald man with a height of up to 2 meters flashed with a touch of ruthlessness, his hand holding a huge scimitar pointed at Yang Feng and roared loudly. Chapter 39. That bald man pointed, all dressed in red and holding a zanbato, the whole body emitting a valiant aura of bandits roared as they savagely charged towards Yang Feng's caravan. That bald man moved, the bandits from different forces also spurred their horses and charged towards Yang Feng under the command of their leaders. Kill him. Whoever can get his severed head, I'll reward him with 3,000 gold coins. Kill him. Whoever can kill him and bring his severed head, I'll reward him with 1,000 gold coins. The leaders of the bandits roared loudly, offering sky-high rewards one after another, which stimulated the scum and scum under their command, causing them to shout excitedly. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 2,000 copper coins. 1,000 gold coins can be exchanged for 2 million copper coins. A lot of lesser aristocratic families don't even have 1,000 gold coins in their liquid funds. 1,000 gold coins can let those bandits directly retire and live a wealthy life in their later years. Gars and the other aristocratic youngsters looked at the overwhelming number of bandits rushing towards them, their bodies trembling, their eyes flashing with a whiff of fear. Within Tyrannid subcontinent, aristocrats are basically descendants of warlocks, moreover, their culture is martial. A lot of aristocratic families have inherited knight rank cultivation methods. Gars and the other aristocratic youngsters have also received martial training, a lot of them have the standard of a low-level warrior. But seeing the overwhelming number of bandits, their hearts are still extremely shocked and fearful. Yang Feng said coldly, kill them all, there's no need to deliberately keep captives. The 1,000 bladed troops were expressionless, marching in uniform steps towards the horse bandits. That large number of bandits very quickly fiercely collided with the 1,000 bladed troops. The next moment, countless limbs splashed, hundreds and thousands of bandits along with their horses were chopped in two by the mechanical bladed troops holding alloy battle blades. The bandits that had already launched their assault couldn't dodge in time, still advancing wave upon wave towards the bladed troops, before being directly chopped into two by the expressionless bladed troops, like pigs and dogs that had voluntarily delivered themselves to the slaughter. When the bandits in the back saw the hellish scene, they were scared silly, and quickly scattered in all directions. The 1,000 bladed troops at once exerted their strength, adjusted the engine power output to the maximum, and charged towards the bandits at a speed surpassing that of horses. Brandishing their alloy blades, they chopped the bandits in two one after another. Garland praised from the bottom of his heart, such a powerful mechanical marionette. The reputation of Steel City's mechanical golem legion is truly well-deserved. The more than 10,000 bandits were unexpectedly chased by merely 1,000 bladed troops, it was simply inconceivable. Even a knight-level expert would find it difficult to catch up with a horse bandit. However, those bladed troops easily chased after those bandits, and then chopped them into two with a single slash. This kind of battle prowess was simply terrifying. Incomparably shrill cries reverberated throughout the hunting-tooth wasteland. Every second, hundreds and thousands of bandits would be chopped into two. Fresh blood dyed the wasteland red. Save me! Save me! After the bald-headed bandit leader with the cultivation of an Earth Knight, killed several of his subordinates in a row and spurred his horse to escape from the encirclement of the bladed troops, he suddenly saw 128 bladed troops encircling him. He was scared out of his wits and screamed loudly. The 128 bladed troops' gazes turned cold and detached, and they immediately pounced towards the bald-headed bandit. The 12 bladed troops immediately jumped high, and jumped above the mounted bandit bald man. "I'll fight you!" The bald-headed bandit gave an angry roar. In a split second he stimulated his body's full potential. The zanbato in his hand continuously chopped 30 times, crazily chopping at the bladed troops. The 8 bladed troops were chopped into more than a dozen parts in a split second. At the same time, the more than a dozen alloy blades completely sealed off the bald-headed bandit's space to dodge, and instantly chopped him into countless pieces. Bud looked at this scene from afar, his scalp somewhat numb, his heart brimming with joy. 100-man Slayer Mark is also dead. These mechanical golems are so strong. 100-man Slayer Mark was the most powerful bandit in the hunting-tooth wilderness. He was also one of the few Earth Knights. His battle prowess was second only to Gria. His most famous battle was when he killed more than 100 enemies by himself, obtaining the fierce name of 100-man Slayer. Now, one of the most powerful bandit leaders, unexpectedly only killed more than a dozen bladed troops before being dismembered. Bud had a new understanding of the Mechanical Legion's strength. In fact, the more the Mechanical Legion, the stronger their battle prowess. In a one-on-one fight, a bladed troop and a knight rank expert would have a 50-50 chance of winning. However, 100 bladed troops against 100 knight rank warriors, the 100 bladed troops could completely crush the 100 knight rank warriors. That's because the bladed troops have a tacit understanding with each other. Moreover, they're not afraid of death, their body's defense is strong, their vital points are few and small, they can completely fight with their lives. Human knight rank warriors don't have this kind of ability. A large number of bandits were killed by the bladed troops, and without turning their heads, they spurred their horses to flee this hell-like battlefield. The remaining bandits also found out that they were tricked. One after another they hesitated and hesitated. Suddenly, 200 m behind Yang Feng, in the underbrush, the space slightly distorted, a person wrapped in a black pout suddenly appeared there, pointed at Yang Feng. A level 1 fireball was immediately shot towards Yang Feng. The level 1 spell fireball's might was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a Sky Knight rank expert, that level 1 fireball would directly hit them, only death awaited them. For a mortal like Yang Feng, as long as that fireball touched any part of his body, he would instantly be burned to death. At this critical juncture, 2 level 5 shield troops standing beside Yang Feng raised the shields in their hands. The shields flashed with a slight radiance. 2 transparent protective covers suddenly shrouded in front of Yang Feng. Boom! The level 1 fireball instantly exploded. The explosion set off traces of ripples on the 2 transparent protective covers. Gars looked at the person dressed in a black pow and shouted with some alarm, "Invisibility! Fireball! That's a warlock! An official warlock!" The rest of the aristocratic youngsters also revealed traces of alarm in their eyes. An official level 1 warlock in Tyrannid subcontinent, as long as it's not a place like Warlock College Antalya where warlocks converge, then they're definitely a bigwig. A level 1 warlock can casually kill a mortal like Gars. If not for the 2 level 5 shield troops protection, then that level 1 fireball would have already blown Yang Feng to pieces. Chapter 40. Kill him. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. He pointed towards the man dressed in a black pow and said coldly. The 400 bladed troops' engines were instantly adjusted to the highest level. with a terrifying speed surpassing that of a galloping horse, they rushed towards the man dressed in a black pow. Dark mist. The man dressed in a black pow took out a black staff, he launched the staff spell, a black mist suddenly appeared, at once completely shrouding Yang Feng and the others. Haste! A magic radiance shone on the man dressed in a black pow, he tapped his foot, his body instantly shot backwards, with a speed far surpassing that of the bladed troops, he fled into the distance. Start the infrared scanning system, start the thermal imaging system, start the sound wave detection system. The bladed troops quickly launched the scanning system, their electronic cigarettes surged with countless streams of data. A gust of wind blew past, the Sky Knight Gria instantly erupted with his fastest speed, with a terrifying speed of up to 180 km per hour, he shot towards Yang Feng's location, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Sky Knights, just like official level 1 warlocks, broke through the limits of humans and began to evolve towards extraordinary life forms. Gria's full eruption of speed could reach up to 180 km per hour. However, such a terrifying eruption of speed, he could only maintain it for 1 minute. Under that terrifying eruption of speed, Gria only needed 2 seconds to cross a distance of 100 m and appear in front of Yang Feng, he only needed a single sword strike to behead the mortal Yang Feng. Boom! Along with a loud sound, an enormous crate beside Yang Feng suddenly burst open. Amidst the flying countless pieces of wood, a level 7 bladed troop suddenly erupted, with lightning speed, it instantly pounced towards Gria, the alloy battle blade in its hand also fiercely chopped towards Gria from different directions. Fuck! What kind of freak is this? Gria's complexion suddenly changed greatly, in a flash, a formidable life force erupted, he brandished the enchanted blades in his hands and unleashed the martial skill Bloody Cross Slash, a bright and sharp Bloody Cross Slash radiance with a tyrannical aura fiercely chopped at the level 7 bladed troop. The level 7 bladed troop's chest flashed with a radiance, a level 1 protective cover instantly enveloped its body. It was expressionless, letting the Bloody Cross Slash hit its protective cover. The Bloody Cross Slash broke open the level 7 bladed troop's protective cover, and fiercely chopped at the level 7 bladed troop, leaving behind a 3 cm deep blade mark. Almost at the same time, the level 7 bladed troop brandished its alloy saber and chopped, instantly chopping Gria's lower body into 8 pieces. When the black-robed man saw Gria die miserably in the hands of the level 7 bladed troop, his heart turned ice cold. What mechanical golem is that? Even a Sky Knight could be instantly killed. The Steel Lord had even sent such a treasure to protect his nephew? Damn it! A mechanical golem that could kill a Sky Knight was priceless in Tyrannid subcontinent. Even if a level 2 warlock obtained such a treasure, he still wouldn't easily lend it to others, but rather would use it as a trump card in battle. Boom! Boom! Along with 2 loud sounds, the 2 crates instantly split open, 2 tall gunner troops at once rushed out from the crates, the Vulcan cannons mounted on their bodies aimed at the warlock in a black robe, countless streams of information surged within their eyes. Not good. Warping force field. A touch of an ominous premonition immediately welled up in the heart of the warlock in a black robe, an incomparably formidable warping force field instantly shrouded him. The Vulcan cannons bombarded the warping force field, their trajectories were directly warped, and shot towards the surroundings of the warlock in a black robe. But the Vulcan cannons had a firing speed of 600 rounds per second, the 2 level 7 gunner troops were equipped with a total of 8 6-barreled Vulcan cannons, their firing speed was as high as 4,800 rounds per second. Coupled with the trajectory optimization and lock-on of the super chips calculations, the majority of the cannonballs hit the warlock in a black robe. The deadlock lasted for less than a second, before the warping force field of the warlock in a black robe directly collapsed, his lower body was also torn to shreds by the terrifying Vulcan cannonballs. Gars watched the warlock in a black robe's lower body turn into a bloody mist, his eyes flashed with incredulity. Instakill. Instakill, a level 1 warlock. Heavens, Am I not seeing things? This is Steel City's mechanical golem legion. Truly terrifying. The aristocratic youngsters' eyes also flashed with incredulity, their gazes brimming with envy and traces of jealousy as they watched the two Gundam-like level 7 gunner troops. Once the warlock in a black robe died, the entire bandit army at once fell apart and dispersed. Yang Feng only let the level 4 mechanical bladed troops kill the bandits, he didn't dispatch the level 7 gunner troops. The offensive power of level 7 gunner troops was extremely terrifying, but their ammunition consumption was also extremely huge. Although Yang Feng had transported a lot of cannonballs, but it was only enough to be used on warlocks, those ordinary humans could be dealt with by the close combat level 4 bladed troops. The Shizu could also manufacture battle robots with unlimited ammunition. But the technological level of battle robots with unlimited ammunition was too high-end, it wasn't something that Yang Feng could manufacture at present. Therefore, when those powerful destructive level 7 gunner troops, level 7 artillery troops and other battle robots were far away from the headquarters of Black City, Yang Feng couldn't easily use them due to the logistical pressure. Relatively speaking, the bladed troops were his main battle force. A rather beautiful aristocratic young lady Bella with a head full of short blue hair and a few freckles on her face said towards Yang Feng with extreme envy, "Yang Feng Dage, your uncle is too good to you." The rest of the aristocratic youngsters also revealed traces of envy. In order to protect a blood relative, he dispatched a mechanical legion capable of exterminating an official warlock. This kind of extravagance, many large warlock families wouldn't do such a thing. Many large warlock families' patriarch sons and daughters would at most have a few level 3 apprentice warlocks or great knights or earth knight rank experts as bodyguards. Only some formidable level 3 warlocks or great warlock forces might have a level 1 warlock willingly become their child's bodyguard. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "That's because I'm uncle's only relative in this world." Gars suddenly pointed towards the bladed troop and asked full of curiosity, "Yang Feng Dage, are those carriages filled with such mechanical golems?" The aristocratic youngsters' gazes all at once concentrated on Yang Feng, their gazes brimming with curiosity and excitement. Chapter 41. This time, Yang Feng's caravan had up to 500 carriages. If all of them were level 7 bladed troops or level 7 gunner troops, then it would definitely be an incomparably terrifying force. Even a level 3 warlock might not be a match for this mechanical legion. Only a great warlock, who had completely surpassed the limits of mortals, might be able to destroy a mechanical legion of 500 level 7 mechanical golems by themselves. Yang Feng played it down, only a part of it. Those aristocratic youngsters at once revealed indescribable envy and jealousy in their eyes. Among the 500 carriages, even if there were only 20 with bladed troops and gunner troops, that would already be an extremely terrifying force. In any principality, it would be a strategic force that would decide the fate of the state. For Yang Feng to be able to use such power at will, the strength of his power far surpassed that of those aristocratic youngsters who were originally people above others. After defeating all of the Hunting Tooth Wilderness's bandit allied forces, those bladed troops began to clean up the battlefield, collecting all the materials that could be collected. The weapons, equipment and money of those bandits were all added up, it was also not a small amount. After the battlefield was cleaned up, the huge caravan began to slowly move forward. Night fell, darkness shrouded the earth. More than 10 kilometers behind Yang Feng's caravan, there was a simple large tent that occupied an extremely vast area. Inside the tent, the severed heads of countless highwaymen formed a small mountain. At the top of the mountain floated a mechanical ball the size of a wash basin. Countless tiny mechanical tentacles extended out from the mechanical ball, piercing into the heads of the highwaymen and reading their memories. Hunting Tooth Wilderness's bandits came from all over the world, their memories also contained a lot of useful information and knowledge. In Tyrandot subcontinent, warlocks grasped everything, monopolized all knowledge, any knowledge was very precious. Therefore, after Yang Feng beheaded his enemies, He would read their memories and record all of the enemy's memories into the database, enriching the database's resources. The richer the data resources in the database, the more accurate the various deductions would be. Furthermore, through the memories of those bandits that came from all over the world, Yang Feng could understand Tyrannid subcontinent's local customs, taboos, power distribution and other information. Dragon blood. Really lucky, this guy actually carried such a treasure on him. Yang Feng fiddled with the crystal bottle containing dragon blood and his eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement. The dragon blood potion was an extremely rare and precious potion. The defensive power of the crystal bottle containing the dragon blood potion was also astonishing. Furthermore, it was not hit directly by the machine gun, which was why it was lucky enough to survive. Yang Feng handed the dragon blood elixir to an octopus-like robot with many tentacles and said, "NR, 3796, can you synthesize this dragon blood elixir?" Number 3796's consciousness could descend onto any robot equipped with a smart chip. An opening appeared on the head of the octopus robot, and a small glass straw extended from inside to absorb a small portion of the dragon blood elixir before withdrawing it. Immediately after, a large amount of data flowed from its eyes. Begin analysis. Analyze the feasibility of the analysis. This potion can be analyzed and synthesized. Start modeling analysis. Analysis progress 0. 1%. With my current computing power, it is estimated that I will be able to completely analyze the potion in 10 days. One message after another emerged on Yang Feng's eyeglasses. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of ecstasy. It can be synthesized. That's great. Dragon blood elixir was an extremely rare alchemical potion. Black Cottage's Master Bonnie had always hoped to obtain a dragon blood elixir, yet he couldn't buy it. Only the 6 great forces or some formidable forces with great warlocks could refine such a treasure like dragon blood elixir. Once dragon blood elixir could be synthesized, then Yang Feng could use a large amount of dragon blood elixir to strengthen his body and promote his strength. Yang Feng inquired and very quickly investigated the origins of that warlock wearing a black dragon pagoda. I thought that it was Savage Claw's Momo. I didn't expect that the assassin came from Black Dragon Pagoda. It seems like a lot of people want me dead. Yang Feng's embodiment of the Steel Lord recommended him to join Warlock College Antalya and obtained the admission qualifications. But in Tyrannid subcontinent, there were also a lot of forces that weren't willing to see Yang Feng join Warlock College Antalya. After all, Yang Feng's embodiment of the Steel Lord had the strength to break the balance between the 6 great forces. Although Yang Feng didn't want to make such a big scene, but his cultivation aptitude was really too poor. If it wasn't for his status as a blood relative of Steel City's City Lord who recommended him, then it would be impossible for him to enter Warlock College Antalya, so much so that it would be impossible for him to join any warlock force. Yang Feng examined the bandit chief Gria's important memories and suddenly creased his eyebrows, an ancient god's treasure trove. It's even related to Snow White Pagoda. This Gria really isn't simple. This is troublesome. Gria's original name was Kanea. He was a sky knight with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. Such an expert, no matter where he went, would be recruited and enjoy endless glory, splendor and wealth. However, he actually entered the Hunting Tooth Wasteland and became a bandit leader in the Hunting Tooth Wasteland. That was because he provoked the Snow White Pagoda and obtained a secret regarding the ancient god's treasure from the Snow White Pagoda. Snow White Pagoda was a peak force in Tyrannid subcontinent second only to the 6 great forces. Snow White Pagoda's current pagoda master Snow White Madam was a great warlock rank expert. When Kanea provoked Snow White Pagoda, he could only choose to flee and hide in Hunting Tooth Wilderness where dragons and snakes mingle and conceal his identity, becoming Gria and establishing a not small foundation. Kanea used a secret treasure capable of resisting divination to conceal himself from Snow White Pagoda's eyes and ears. Now that secret treasure was chopped to pieces by Yang Feng's mechanical bladed troops, it no longer had the power to resist Snow White Pagoda's divination magic detection. Yang Feng didn't know when Snow White Pagoda's divination magic detection would occur and he would become Snow White Pagoda's target. Gods had a lifespan by far surpassing that of other life forms. Even the lowest rank of feeble divine force rank gods had a lifespan of more than 1 million years. Therefore, in this world, there were a lot of experts that chose to become gods in order to live longer. In this world where warlocks controlled everything, becoming a god was extremely dangerous. Basically, once one became a god, then they would be killed by the main continent's peak warlocks and then be reduced to alchemy materials. Those that chose to become gods, in order to resurrect, would get a few treasure troves outside of their divine countries. After resurrecting, they would retrieve the treasure troves to quickly restore their strength. The ancient god's treasure trove that Kanea knew about was a treasure trove hidden outside of 7th Warlock Dynasty's divine country by a god. Chapter 42. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he thought slowly, with Gria separated by a layer, it shouldn't be that easy to find me, right? Divination spells were mysterious and strange, it wasn't something a mortal like Yang Feng could resist. Only after obtaining a secret treasure that could resist divination spells or after promoting to a level 1 warlock, would Yang Feng be able to resist the power of divination spells. For the current Yang Feng, the treasure trove of the ancient god wasn't too important. His current top priority was to practice cultivation and promote to a level 1 warlock. Every god rank expert possessed terrifying strength by far surpassing that of a warlock. The treasure trove left behind by such an expert would definitely be extremely dangerous. Yang Feng didn't want to be cursed and killed as soon as he entered the treasure trove of the ancient god. 2 secret treasures, not bad. Yang Feng looked at the 2 secret treasures and his eyes flashed with a whiff of satisfaction. Secret treasures were the general term for the extraordinary tools refined by warlock alchemists. According to the definition of warlock dynasties, even if it was a divine tool used by gods, it was still only a high-level secret treasure. Secret treasures were extremely rare, the majority of them were in the hands of official warlocks. After Yang Feng captured Black Cottage, he only obtained 2 level 1 secret treasures and 5 level 0 secret treasures. After getting rid of the 2 level 2 warlocks, he only obtained 1 level 2 secret treasure. Blood Blade, level 1 secret treasure. Hardness +1, armor penetration +1, magic penetration +1, sharpness +1. Yang Feng picked up the blade used by Gria, a series of information immediately appeared above his eyeglasses. Black Staff, level 1 secret treasure. Additional level 1 spell Dark Mist 0/1. Requires recharging. Yang Feng's hand touched the staff in the hands of the warlock dressed in a black pow, a series of information once again appeared. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, another secret treasure that requires recharging, with my current strength, I'm basically unable to use it. Those secret treasures that required recharging could only be used after being recharged, and in order to recharge them, one must understand and master that spell. Level 1 spells were still too difficult for Yang Feng. Among secret treasures, apart from recharging secret treasures, there were also secret treasures with perpetual automatic recovery. Those secret treasures could automatically recover a certain amount of spells every day, they didn't require recharging and could be used by anyone. This kind of artifact was much more precious than a rechargeable artifact, and it was also much rarer. This bloody battle saber is good, but compared to a pistol, its attack range is too close. For the current me, using a pistol is much more convenient and simpler than using this bloody blade. Yang Feng picked up the bloody blade and brandished it a few times, thinking somewhat regretfully. No matter how high one's martial arts were, one spear strike was enough to knock them down. Even if it was a knight rank or a great knight rank expert, as long as they were hit by the 9mm large caliber silver flash powder pistol in Yang Feng's hands, then even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. If Yang Feng used the bloody blade to fight with people, then even a low-level warrior could directly kill him. After the majority of the formidable bandits in the Hunting Fangs Wilderness were wiped out by Yang Feng in that battle, the entire Hunting Fangs Wilderness no longer had any unostentatious bandits that dared to provoke this huge and tyrannical convoy. After smoothly passing through the Hunting Fangs Wilderness, the convoy passed through several cities without any disturbances, before arriving at Warlock College Antalia's St. Colin City. This is St. Colin City. It's so majestic. Yang Feng was below St. Colin City. He raised his head and looked at the incomparably majestic giant city, his eyes brimming with shock. St. Colin City's city wall was 100 meters tall. It was entirely cast from steel rock. The city wall encircled St. Colin City. Above St. Colin City's city wall, there was a Warlock Pagoda every few kilometers. The Warlock Pagodas formed St. Colin City's impregnable line of defense. Such a majestic giant city like St. Colin City, even on Earth with an extremely advanced degree of modernization, there were still very few countries that could build it. Gars said proudly, "Of course, St. Colin City is one of Turandot subcontinent's 6 great miracle cities. Reportedly, these 6 great miracle cities are the legacies of the 7th dynasty. Even if placed on the main continent, these 6 great miracle cities wouldn't be considered to be too backward." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a radiance. He mused silently. In other words, in the main continent, a city like St. Colin City would be nothing. This world's warlocks are really formidable. Wait a moment, please show me your passage certificate. A soldier guarding the city gate stopped Yang Feng. He took a glance at the 6 m tall mechanical bladed troop standing beside Yang Feng. His complexion changed slightly and his voice became slightly respectful. A person guarded by a 6 m tall mechanical golem was definitely a big shot that the soldier couldn't afford to provoke. But when he saw the long convoy behind Yang Feng, the soldier could only brace himself and step forward to stop Yang Feng. Yang Feng waved his hand, as Yang Feng's temporary butler Jim stepped forward and handed a certificate of communication to the soldier. Please enter. That certificate of communication was issued by the level 2 Warlock Eudora. After the soldier examined the certificate of communication, his complexion changed slightly and he gave way. Once he entered St. Colin City, Yang Feng saw a wide and flat passageway appear before his eyes. Luxurious carriages and sports cars made of steel, which were 90% similar to modern vehicles, were driving on the roads that were comparable to modern roads. Yang Feng looked at those vehicles that resembled Earth sports cars. His eyes flashed with a whiff of astonishment and he exclaimed, "Those vehicles, why are they different from carriages?" Gars introduced somewhat enviously, "Those are magic sports cars. One of 6th Warlock Dynasty's alchemy products. These big guys run faster than carriages and are very safe. But not to mention the high cost, their power comes from magic stones. Every 200 kilometers they need to consume a magic stone. Only official warlocks or peak aristocrats could afford to drive such magic sports cars. An inferior magic stone was equivalent to 100 gold coins. Every 200 kilometers they needed to consume a magic stone. Such a high consumption wasn't something that ordinary aristocrats could afford." Yang Feng stared at that magic sports car and thought silently, magic sports car. Magic carpets. This world's warlocks are really high-end. On both sides of the wide and flat road, there were many 5-meter-tall trees with glass-like translucent shells. These trees were emitting bursts of fragrance. Gars pointed at the trees on both sides of the road and introduced them to Yang Feng as well as those lesser aristocratic youngsters. These trees are sunlight trees. These trees were transplanted from a plain with countless rare and unusual trees by 7th Warlock Dynasty. After these sunlight trees absorb enough sunlight during the day, their fruits will bloom with beautiful radiance at night, brightly illuminating St. Colin City, making it look like a city that never sleeps. Chapter 43. When Bella and the other aristocratic youngsters heard Gar's introduction, they all revealed a trace of fascination. Ordinary states weren't as extravagant as St. Colin City. being able to casually transplant such a precious plant like the sun-radiant tree to both sides of the road. Apart from St. Colin's City and the other 6 miracle cities as well as some first-rate warlock forces, the majority of Turandot subcontinent was at the level of medieval Western Europe. Bella and the other aristocratic youngsters were already much more knowledgeable than many commoners, but compared to a second-generation warlock like Gars, they still looked like country bumpkins. St. Colin's City was orderly, the roads were unobstructed, everyone was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had ruddy complexions. Every building within the city had its own unique style. Many large buildings were brimming with artistic beauty. The entire city didn't have the muddy ground, livestock excrement and sewage flowing everywhere like ordinary cities. It was even more beautiful, clean, lively and flourishing than Earth's modern European cities. After Yang Feng's huge convoy of 2,000 guards entered St. Colin's City, it also attracted the attention of countless people. Especially the up to 6 m tall mechanical bladed troops and other battle robots, it attracted the gazes of countless people. Mechanical golems weren't rare in Turandot subcontinent, but the majority of those mechanical golems were in the hands of official warlocks. It was very difficult for ordinary people to see such huge battle mechanical golems like the bladed troops. Although St. Colin's City was a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, but after negotiating with Warlock College Antalya, Yang Feng still used the name of Steel Lord Yang Yi to purchase a small manor within St. Colin's City after spending 10,000 magic stones. Yang Feng and his entourage entered the small manor and rested for the night, only then did they head towards Warlock College Antalya under Gar's lead. Warlock College Antalya was located in the center of St. Colin's City. It was a city within a city with a diameter of up to 30 kilometers. Within a kilometer from Warlock College Antalya's entrance, there were shady trees and grass everywhere, there wasn't any sign of human habitation. And outside that kilometer, there were countless shops bustling with activity. Today was the day that Warlock College Antalya recruited new students. The road leading to Warlock College Antalya was packed with people. Mechanical golems. What a huge mechanical golem. Who's that person? There's actually such a terrifying mechanical golem acting as his bodyguard. Suddenly, a wave of discussion came from the crowd, and then they separated. Under the escort of 8 level, 7 primary battle robots, Yang Feng and his party arrived at the entrance of Warlock College Antalya. The nearby crowd looked at the battle robots beside Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. The level 7 bladed troops are 6 m tall and equipped with many tyrannical weapons. At a glance, one could understand that unless one possessed the battle prowess of a warlock rank, one would not be able to defeat these big guys. The people who came under the protection of these steel monsters were definitely important people who could not be offended. Among the crowd, a blonde, blue-eyed, voluptuous, and beautiful 16-year-old young lady fiercely glared at Yang Feng and whispered full of resentment, "He's the only blood relative of the Steel Lord." A middle-aged man beside the beautiful girl whispered, "Your Highness, please don't act rashly. The Steel Lord was a madman. If you give him an excuse, our Fernandro family will be in danger." The beautiful princess's eyes flashed with confidence as she said coldly, "I know. I won't act rashly, but I definitely won't let him have an easy time." Under the escort of the 8 primary battle robots, Yang Feng and his party arrived at a distance of 1,000 m from the entrance of Warlock College Antalya before stopping. Warlock College Antalya's rules were very strict. Only youngsters participating in Warlock College Antalya's test could enter that 1,000 m road. All servants and bodyguards, once they stepped onto that road, would be heavily punished if light, or directly killed or captured if heavy, used as alchemy materials. Under Gar's lead, Yang Feng followed the nearly 10,000 youngsters from Southern States Alliance towards Warlock College Antalya in large strides. What a big tree! Once Yang Feng arrived at Warlock College Antalya's entrance, he saw that on top of a mountain in the depths of Warlock College Antalya, there was a towering tree with countless branches, exuding traces of rainbow-like radiance. Gar said proudly, "This is a large energy-absorbing ancient tree, it's a kind of super ancient tree unique to sun-like tree plane. To be able to absorb the drifting energy in space and condense a magic crystal pool, even in the main continent, it's also a rare treasure. If it wasn't for that large energy-absorbing ancient tree already fusing with Warlock College Antalya, then I'm afraid that it would have already been taken away by the main continent's experts. Magic stones, these ores with extraordinary energy, were divided into 4 grades: inferior magic stones, intermediate magic stones, superior magic stones and top-notch magic stones. The exchange rate for each grade was 100:1. Above top-notch magic stones, there were still treasures like magic crystals. That large energy-absorbing ancient tree could absorb the drifting energy in space and condense a magic crystal pool. Its value could be imagined. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there were still a lot of forces with great Warlock rank experts, but those forces were by far inferior to Warlock College Antalya and the other 6 great forces, precisely because those forces' foundations were by far inferior to those of the 6 great forces. This large energy-absorbing ancient tree was one of Warlock College Antalya's foundations. At Warlock College Antalya's entrance, there were 10 tables arranged. In front of each table sat a level 1 warlock emitting formidable fluctuations of life. On top of each table was placed a crystal. It was used to test the spirit aptitude of those youngsters who were eager to enter the school. An old man dressed in a black pow, with an indifferent expression on his face, said, 15 years old, inferior level, 3 spirit aptitude. Unqualified. The complexion of a youngster dressed in gorgeous attire changed slightly. He clenched his teeth and left with a helpless expression. Warlock College Antalya's enrollment was very strict. Only those with inferior level, for spirit aptitude, could be accepted. Some small warlock forces, however, would accept people as long as they had an intermediate level, 2 spirit aptitude. 14 years old, inferior level, for spirit aptitude, qualified. 16 years old, superior level, for spirit aptitude, qualified. 15 years old, inferior level, 5 spirit aptitude, qualified. 15 years old, superior level, 3 spirit aptitude, disqualified. Voices sounded one after another, pronouncing the fates of those youngsters from the Southern States Alliance. Those who were declared qualified had their eyebrows raised in joy, while those who were declared disqualified looked as if they had lost their parents, their complexions ashen. Chapter 44. 14 years old, superior level, 6, qualified. Most of the youngsters' soul aptitudes were basically between level 4 and level 5. Suddenly, a somewhat excited voice sounded. Gazes concentrated on that blonde-haired, blue-eyed beautiful girl with a sexy figure. In front of that blonde-haired, blue-eyed beautiful girl, that level 1 warlock was also very excited, looking at that beautiful girl as if he was looking at a treasure. That seemingly 35 or 36 years old level 1 warlock had a gentle expression on his face as he handed a slip of paper to that beautiful girl and said softly, "I'm Nessie, an official level 1 warlock of Warlock College Antalya. If you want to become my personal disciple, then please contact me. This is my contact information." All the students looked at that beautiful girl with eyes brimming with envy. Nessie previously didn't show any respect to any of the students, yet he extended an olive branch to that beautiful girl. This showed that he was very optimistic about that beautiful girl's future. With superior level 6 soul aptitude, if there were no accidents and there were enough resources, promoting to a level 1 warlock was basically a sure thing. Only when one tried to break through to a level 2 warlock would there be a bottleneck and the possibility of failure. Such a student naturally made Nessie very tempted. For an ordinary student who wasn't even an apprentice warlock, to be able to obtain pointers from an official level 1 warlock was definitely an opportunity that they yearned for even in their dreams. This would allow them to take fewer detours and at the same time, obtain a lot of resources. That beautiful girl slightly bowed towards Nessie and respectfully declined, "Thank you for your consideration, Nessie Darren, I'll consider it." Nessie looked somewhat regretfully at that beautiful girl, then his gaze fell on the rest of the youngsters and he resumed his indifference, "Next." Only then did the youngsters continue to go forward and have their aptitudes tested. Yang Feng had been observing. He discovered that most of those youngsters had level 4 soul aptitudes. There weren't many level 5 soul aptitudes. As for level 6 soul aptitudes, there was only that beautiful girl. After roughly 1,000 youngsters passed the test, suddenly there was a slight commotion. A 14-year-old lesser aristocrat youngster was tested to have an inferior level 6 soul aptitude. This time, that lesser aristocrat youngster directly chose to become a personal disciple of an official warlock. Most of the youngsters who chose to join Warlock College Antalya were eager to become a personal disciple of an official warlock. Only those geniuses who already had a strong background, and had already reserved a mentor, would choose to decline the recruitment of an official warlock. After several hundred more youngsters were tested, it was finally Yang Feng's turn. In front of Yang Feng was a male warlock about 36 or 37 years old. He took a look at Yang Feng, his eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "Warlock Antalya only recruits students under the age of 16. You're too old, you don't meet our requirements, leave. I am the Steel Lord's nephew, Yang Feng. This is my special enrollment certificate." Yang Feng calmly took out a badge exuding faint fluctuations of magic and handed it to the warlock. After the warlock took the badge, he carefully looked at it for a while, then frowned slightly and said coldly, "Put your hand on the crystal." Yang Feng put his hand on the crystal. After a good while, the crystal released traces of faint gray radiance. 25 years old, inferior level, 1 soul innate talent, qualified. The warlock looked at the crystal. His complexion was very marvelous. He practically gnashed his teeth and said, "Inferior level, 1 soul innate talent, that was the worst innate talent, even many peasants couldn't compare to it. Only some premature babies, waists hollowed out by wine and women, injured in the womb, would have such inferior soul innate talent. Inferior level, 1 soul innate talent. How could such a person qualify? Such an innate talent, how could he qualify? Inferior level, 1 soul innate talent, that's the worst soul innate talent I've ever seen. My family's coachman's soul innate talent might be much better than his." Voices of discussion sounded from the side, all of them questioning the legitimacy of Yang Feng's admission. Warlock College Antalya was one of the 6 greatest warlock forces in Turandot subcontinent. People who wanted to enter Warlock College Antalya to study were as numerous as carps crossing the river, but each year, less than 1,000 people could enter Warlock College Antalya to practice the warlock path. Passing the soul innate talent test was only the first hurdle. There was still the second hurdle to be screened. Those students with level 5 soul innate talent or higher could stay in Warlock College Antalya to practice cultivation, while those with level 4 soul innate talent still needed to be screened and eliminated. If a place to practice cultivation in Warlock College Antalya was sold on the black market, even if it cost 1,000 gold coins, there would definitely be many greater aristocrats willing to buy it. Yang Feng's soul innate talent was only inferior level 1, yet he could directly enter Warlock College Antalya. It naturally aroused the jealousy and dissatisfaction of countless people. A large number of youngsters were denouncing Yang Feng. Yang Feng also thickened his face and pretended not to hear anything. However, it was clear that those official warlock teachers didn't have a good impression of Yang Feng. Each and every one of them looked on coldly, letting those youngsters denounce Yang Feng. A handsome, burly, blonde-haired youngster with blue eyes ridiculed extremely viciously, "These yellow-skinned monkeys from the east are really shameless. Inferior level, 1 soul innate talent, yet they still dare to come to Warlock College Antalya. I suggest that we should catch them, stuff them into cages, feed them bananas, and then throw them out." Yang Feng heard such vicious words, his eyebrows slightly creased. He turned around and looked in the direction of that youngster. He saw that blonde-haired, blue-eyed youngster and several youngsters with extraordinary temperament standing beside that young girl with superior level 6 soul innate talent, forming a small group. That small group of youngsters looked at Yang Feng with ridicule and indifference, their eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and malice. NR 3796's database already stored the memories of many people. Yang Feng, through reading those people's memories, already had a good understanding of Turandot subcontinent's local conditions and customs. Turandot subcontinent society was dominated by Caucasians. In addition to Caucasians, there were also many Easterners from the eastern world of the continent. In Turandot subcontinent, there were many Caucasians who discriminated against Easterners, believing that the arrival of those Easterners robbed them of their employment opportunities, meritorious deeds, land, and the opportunity to become a warlock. At that time, ancestor Zhao Zhang's meritorious deeds for Fernandro Principality were enough to be conferred the title of Viscount, but under the suppression of other aristocrats, he could only barely be conferred the title of Baron. Furthermore, he was sent to the remote Red Leaf town, because of the discrimination and suppression. It was very difficult for Easterners to integrate into the mainstream society. It might take several generations or even more than a dozen generations of effort to completely integrate into Turandot subcontinent's mainstream society. Chapter 45. Yang Feng with an inferior level, one soul aptitude was actually able to join Warlock College Antalya. This filled the hearts of the youngsters with indignation. Although they also felt that the youngsters' words were extremely vicious, but most of them remained silent and watched everything with cold eyes. Yang Feng swept the youngster with a glance, his eyes flashed with a touch of killing intent and he said coldly, "Who are you?" The youngster swept Yang Feng with a glance and said with a mocking smile, "I'm Bantanya, the third successor of Titania Principality's Sanger clan." "What, yellow-skinned monkey, do you want to duel with me?" Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I'm Steel City's city master's only blood relative, Yang Feng, and also Steel City's sole successor. Because you insulted Steel City. Now, on behalf of Steel City, I officially declare war on your Titania Principality. My Steel City's 100,000 mechanical golem legion will flatten your Titania Principality and won't withdraw until your Sanger clan is completely exterminated." "What? Steel City is actually going to wage war with Titania Principality? What kind of force is Steel City?" Steel City is the warlock group that recently defeated Fernandro Principality and killed an official level 2 warlock from Fernandro Principality. No. Reportedly, Viper's Eyes, White Elephant's Ivory and Fernandro clan were defeated by Steel City. Reportedly, nearly half of Fernandro clan's Blood Bat Knights were killed. The majority of the youngsters gathered in Warlock College Antalya came from the Southern States Coalition's various states' great aristocratic families. Many of them even came from some formidable warlock clans. Their knowledge and intelligence sources by far surpassed that of ordinary people. The news that Steel City defeated Fernandro Principality shocked the entire Southern States Coalition. Most of them were aware of this information. Only some ordinary students from commoner backgrounds didn't know this information. When Bantanya heard this, his complexion at once became extremely pale, his whole body trembled with fear. He originally thought that he could provoke Yang Feng into a duel. In that case, by relying on his strength as an advanced warrior, he was completely sure that he could defeat or even seriously injure Yang Feng, and then ruthlessly humiliate Yang Feng. He didn't expect that because of this sentence, his family would fall into a war with Steel City. Bantanya thought about it and regained a little calmness. His face was pale as he struggled to say loudly, "Impossible. You are only the nephew of the Steel Lord. Even if you are his only blood relative, you cannot represent the entire Steel City to declare war on our Titania Duchy." The rest of the aristocratic youngsters also looked at Yang Feng with doubt in their eyes. Forgetting to fight leads to danger, and belligerence leads to death. Every powerful force was very cautious about starting a war. Those warmongering forces that constantly start wars will soon decline because of the war. Any successor of a warlock group, even if it was the first successor, couldn't represent a force to arbitrarily declare war on another warlock group. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, Yang Feng unhurriedly took out a square palm-sized iron box and pressed it lightly. The iron box flickered and condensed into a 2-meter-tall middle-aged man's phantom in the void. The phantom was dressed in a silver-white warlock's robe with a silver line embroidered on the cuffs of the robe. Yang Feng bowed slightly towards the middle-aged man's phantom in the sky and said, "Uncle, this is Bantanya, the first successor of Titania Duchy's Sanger clan. He made a vicious and racist speech towards us. On behalf of Steel City, I have officially declared war on Titania Duchy. Before exterminating Sanger clan, I will not withdraw my troops." One after another, gazes concentrated on that steel Lord Yang Yi fabricated by Yang Feng. In Tyrannid subcontinent, only those forces with level 3 warlocks and above could contend against a mechanical golem legion of 100,000 comparable to a knight rank. Only peak warlock forces with great warlock standing guard could have a surefire grasp of victory. In the Southern States Alliance, only Warlock College Antalya had a few great warlock rank experts. The strongest of the other forces merely had level 3 warlocks standing guard. Steel City was already considered a pivotal force in the Southern States Alliance, its every move raising eyebrows. Bantanya looked at Yang Ye's phantom in midair, his complexion paled and his body trembled, as if awaiting judgment. That beautiful young lady with a superior level 6 spirit aptitude also stared at Yang Ye's phantom in midair, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of hatred. Yang Ye's phantom in midair nodded slightly and said with a trace of tenderness, "You did the right thing. I'll issue a declaration of war to Titania Duchy. Moreover, I'll immediately dispatch troops to attack Titania Duchy and exterminate Sanger clan. All the forces allied with Titania Duchy, my mechanical golem legion will ruthlessly destroy them all. Leave no one alive." Yang Ye's phantom pointed towards Bantania's small group and said in a voice brimming with cruelty and killing intent, "As for you, staying together with this Sanger clan's trash, do you want to take your clan to advance and retreat together with him and engage in a life-and-death battle with Steel City?" An aristocratic youngster standing next to Bantanya courteously saluted Yang Ye's phantom and said, "Respected Steel City's City Master Darren, I'm Marcus, the 8th successor of Rex Duchy's Patania clan. Today is the first time I've met Bantanya, we don't have a deep friendship. My clan also doesn't want to be enemies with you." Finished speaking, Marcus immediately separated himself from the small group and walked to the side, watching indifferently from the sidelines. Respected Steel City's City Master Darren, one by one, the members of the small group stepped forward and saluted respectfully towards Yang Ye's phantom, then left Bantania's side. The members of the small group were elites from various clans. Although they were filled with disdain and discrimination towards Yang Feng and the other Orientals, but they wouldn't easily show it. Especially when facing a formidable warlock capable of killing a level 2 warlock, they would remain humble. In front of a warlock, mortals must remain humble. This was the first rule in all of Tyrannid subcontinent's national laws. If this rule was violated, then even if an aristocrat was killed by an official warlock, the law wouldn't be able to punish the official warlock. This was the world of warlocks. Chapter 46. That incomparably beautiful young lady with a superior level 6 spirit aptitude also slightly bowed towards Yang Ye's projection in salute and said faintly, "Respected Steel City's City Master Darren, I'm Jessica, Fernandro Principality's Fernandro clan's 3rd successor. Our clan also doesn't want to be enemies with you." No matter how much Jessica hated Yang Yi, she still had to remain humble in front of a formidable official warlock, otherwise Steel City would find an excuse to continue waging war. The war with Steel City had already damaged Fernandro clan's vitality. Jessica was also very clear about Steel City's strength. A knight-rank mechanical golem legion, even if Fernandro clan and Sanger clan joined forces, they still wouldn't necessarily be its match. Finished speaking, Jessica also left Bantania's side under his somewhat despairing gaze. The small group fell apart, leaving only the high-spirited Bantanya, who wanted to show off in front of the beauty a moment ago, standing there alone. A teacher in charge of aptitude testing stood up and asked Yang Ye's projection with a gloomy expression, "Yang Yi, I'm Warlock College Antalya's teacher Yurei, a level 1 warlock. Titania Principality is an important member of our Southern States Alliance. Southern States Alliance prohibits waging war for no reason. Could it be that you want to violate our Warlock College Antalia's laws? Southern States Alliance was Warlock College Antalia's foundation. Warlock College Antalya basically didn't allow the Southern States Alliance to mutually attack each other and consume their strength. Yang Ye's projection swept Yuri with a glance and said coldly, "Yuri, I have no intention of violating Warlock College Antalya's laws. However, this mortal ant has insulted me. A warlock's dignity can't be violated. In order to uphold a warlock's dignity, I have the right to retaliate against him and his clan. I've decided to destroy him and his clan, only then can I quell my anger. Anyone who obstructs my revenge is my enemy. No matter who." Yuri choked at once and sunk into silence. Tyrannid subcontinent was a continent where warlocks occupied a dominant position. A warlock's dignity couldn't be violated. Any mortal who insulted a warlock's dignity would suffer the warlock's terrifying retaliation. This was also a warlock's right. Bantania's spirit aptitude was as high as intermediate level 5, and he possessed the strength of a high-level warrior. He could already be considered a genius among mortal youths. But a mortal genius was still a mortal, he wasn't a warlock. Once he insulted a warlock, then it was reasonable for Yang Feng to destroy his family. Bantania's eyes surged with a hint of despair, and he said with a somewhat hoarse voice, "Great Steel Lord, I didn't insult you. I swear on my life that I have absolutely no intention of insulting you." Yang Feng took the initiative to step forward and distort the truth, "Uncle. He said that we Easterners are yellow-skinned monkeys, only fit to eat bananas in cages, don't have the qualifications to become warlocks, and also don't have the qualifications to join Warlock College Antalya." Yang Yi coldly looked at Bantanya and said extremely callously, "This is Warlock College Antalya, no one can make a move here. I won't make a move against you here. But as long as you leave Warlock College Antalya, then our Steel City's 100,000 Mechanical Golem Legion will act and obliterate you from this world." Bantanya knelt on the ground and cried hoarsely, "Great Steel Lord Yang Yi, I beg you, please let me go. I really didn't mean it. I apologize. Yang Feng, I apologize. I beg you to spare my life, please let me go." Yang Feng didn't even give Bantanya a glance. Tyrannid subcontinent was dominated by Caucasians, it was very difficult for Easterners to integrate into the mainstream society. As long as Yang Feng showed a bit of weakness, then he would be bullied and humiliated. He didn't want to be bullied. Furthermore, if he could seize the opportunity to annex Titania Principality, then his forces could once again obtain a huge expansion. Currently, Yang Feng's territory already bordered Savage Claw's Denizia Empire and Rose Garden's Rose Empire, one of the 6 great warlock groups. If he wanted to expand his territory, then he could only attack Denizia Empire or Rose Empire. If Savage Claw didn't dispatch a great warlock rank expert, then Yang Feng still had the assurance to fight against Denizia Empire. But once Savage Claw dispatched a great warlock rank expert, then his chances of victory would drop to the lowest point. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for Yang Feng to expand. Now that he had the opportunity to expand, he naturally wouldn't easily let it go. At this moment, a terrifying pressure gushed out from inside Warlock College Antalya and shrouded the land. Under that terrifying pressure, everyone present had their complexions pale and their bodies tremble. Yang Feng's complexion also changed greatly under that terrifying pressure, his whole body brimming with fear, and he almost couldn't help but kneel. At this moment, the level 1 secret treasure green heart on Yang Feng's chest that resembled a green leaf blossomed with traces of green radiance, weakening that terrifying pressure by more than 50%, only then was he barely able to withstand that terrifying pressure and didn't make a fool of himself on the spot and kneel on the ground. A gate appeared out of thin air. When the gate opened, gusts of fishy wind gushed out of the gate, and a scarlet hand extended from the gate and grabbed Yang Feng before entering the gate. As soon as Yang Feng entered the gate closed and disappeared from the air. Yang Feng's vision blurred, then he saw himself appear in a hall. In the center of the hall sat a silver-haired middle-aged man, as if a sun, his body blossomed with incomparably terrifying fluctuations of power. Yang Feng glanced at the silver-haired middle-aged man, his eyes ached, as if looking straight at the sun, he couldn't see anything. "I'm Scarlet Hand's Blitz." A formidable and refreshing power suddenly entered Yang Feng's body, poured into his eyes and soothed the pain in his eyes. Simultaneously, a dull voice sounded in the hall. Yang Feng's eyes flowed with tears, his heart shivered. "Scarlet Hand's Blitz, Warlock College Antalia's most formidable level, 3 Warlock, the man closest to a great Warlock. He's really too powerful." Yang Ye's embodiment of a phantom slightly saluted Blitz and said respectfully, "I'm Steel City's City Master Yang Yi, greetings Blitz Darren." Blitz announced in a dull yet extremely overbearing manner, "I already know what happened. Steel City is not allowed to wage war against Titania Principality." Chapter 47. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before replying respectfully, "As you command. However, please allow my City of Steel to wage war against the Sanger clan." Blitz said coldly, "No." Anger welled up in Yang Feng's heart. Under his order, Yang Ye's projection fell into endless silence, not agreeing as readily as a moment ago. Blitz said indifferently, "I can let the Sanger family compensate you. 10,000 magic stones. I will make them pay you 10,000 magic stones for their stupidity." 10,000 magic stones were equivalent to 1,000,000 gold coins. Fernandro Principality was defeated by Yang Feng and the war reparations they paid were merely 300,000 magic stones. The huge war reparations of 300,000 magic stones had already pressured the Fernandro clan to the point of suffocation. For a warlock group like Sanger clan that doesn't control a state, 1 magic stone is definitely a huge sum. Yang Ye's image said respectfully, "I don't need magic crystals. I just want you to promise me 3 things. First, let my nephew enter Warlock College Antalia's Secret Arts Pagoda and choose a secret art that can promote him to a great warlock. Second, please give my nephew a bottle of Mermaid Tears potion. Third, Bantania's head. Fourth, please let one of my nieces be exempted from the entrance examination." Warlock College Antalia's Secret Arts Pagoda contained countless secret arts. There was no lack of secret arts that could allow one to advance to a great warlock. The reason why Warlock College Antalya was able to become one of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great overlord rank forces, was because of their several thousand years of inheritance of great warlocks that had never been severed. Even when they were at their weakest, they still had 2 great warlocks keeping watch. One of the important reasons was that there were countless secret techniques in the Secret Technique Tower, allowing those geniuses to choose different secret techniques to cultivate according to their actual situation. The Mermaid Tears potion was an alchemy potion that could change a cultivator's soul aptitude. It was of a higher grade than the Blue Mirage Demon Maiden, and was more difficult to refine. Each bottle was worth more than 8,000 gold coins, and there was no market for it. Although the Blue Mirage potion was rare, it could still be bought from the market from time to time. On the other hand, the Mermaid Tears potion would only occasionally appear in auctions or black markets. Warlock College Antalya's Mermaid Tears were basically all directly bought by the major official warlocks, very few of them were sold outside. Although Yang Feng obtained a huge amount of magic stones, but he still didn't have the means to buy such a rare elixir as Mermaid Tears. Blitz's eyebrows creased slightly as he said in a deep voice, "If your nephew Yang Feng signs a soul contract, he's not allowed to impart that secret method to anyone, including you. Then I can agree to your request." Yang Feng's soul aptitude was only inferior level 1. From Blitz's point of view, even if Yang Yi tried his best to collect potions that could increase his soul aptitude, he would at most be able to increase his soul aptitude to around rank 3. With a soul aptitude of around level 3, even if one had a great warlock rank secret method inheritance, one would at most be a level 3 apprentice warlock, and even promoting to an official warlock would be very difficult. Yang Ye's projection said respectfully, "All right. I'll make him sign a soul contract, and I'll never teach that secret technique to anyone." Standing respectfully aside, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth curved slightly and his eyes flashed with a smile. "Sign this soul contract." Blitz took out a soul contract drawn from an unknown formidable monster's skin and handed it to Yang Feng. Yang Feng carefully examined that soul contract for a moment, only after he didn't discover any traps did he sign his name on it. After Yang Feng signed his name, that piece of hide immediately combusted and turned into a gloomy blue flame without any temperature. That gloomy blue flame suddenly flew out and at once disappeared into the space between Yang Feng's eyebrows. Blitz threw a silver badge at Yang Feng and said faintly, "After you've officially promoted to an apprentice warlock, take this badge and you can enter the Secret Arts Pagoda. With your current physical constitution, as long as you enter the Secret Arts Pagoda then you'll die, you won't even have the qualifications to receive the secret method inheritance." Warlock's secret treasures, every one of them possessed unimaginably formidable powers. Mortals were basically unable to come into contact with Warlock's secret treasures and domains. The Secret Arts Pagoda was one of Warlock College Antalia's core areas. It had the defensive power of countless secret treasures. Just a trace of fluctuations of power emitted by those secret treasures could easily kill an ordinary person like Yang Feng. Yang Feng respectfully saluted Blitz and said, "Many thanks Blitz Darren." Blitz swept Yang Feng with an ice-cold glance, then casually waved his hand and a huge door once again appeared. A scarlet hand appeared out of thin air, grabbed Yang Feng and directly threw him inside the door. Yang Feng only felt a burst of dizziness, his eyes lit up and he once again appeared at Warlock College Antalia's test site. At Warlock College Antalia's test site, youngsters from Southern States Alliance looked at Yang Feng's figure, their eyes flashed with a touch of dread, no one dared to talk about him in private anymore. Yang Feng swept the surroundings with a glance and discovered that Bantanya had already disappeared. Jessica, who came from Fernandro family, was fiercely glaring at him. Without an excuse, even if Steel City's strength was far more tyrannical than Fernandro family's, it still couldn't act against Fernandro family. Otherwise, even if it was a provocation of Warlock College Antalia's laws, when the time came, in order to maintain Warlock College Antalia's dignity, they would definitely dispatch countless experts to deal with Yang Feng Steel City. Yang Feng didn't pay attention to Jessica, he stood alone at the test site. At the place where they passed the test, many young aristocratic boys and girls from the Southern States Alliance had formed small circles. None of the small circles took the initiative to approach Yang Feng. Yang Feng's strong performance a moment ago made many aristocratic youngsters from Southern States Alliance feel conflicted. Although they didn't dare to confront him, but they still used their actions to silently resist Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't care about the joint resistance of those youngsters. The reason why he took such a huge risk to come to Warlock College Antalya was to cultivate the Warlock path. If he could promote to a great Warlock rank expert in the future, then even if he was an Easterner, there would still be countless people who would come to curry favor with him. Shi Shui didn't even need to have her soul aptitude tested, she was directly exempted from the entrance exam and stood beside Yang Feng. The gazes of the youngsters concentrated on Shi Shui standing beside Yang Feng. Many aristocratic youngsters had a favorable impression of her. Only because they were afraid of Yang Feng standing beside her, no one dared to harass her. Chapter 48. After the first round of screening, there were a total of more than 5,000 students whose spirit aptitudes met the standard. The majority of the students' spirit aptitudes were at level 4. The second round of screening was issued almost immediately after the first round of screening. 4,000 of the more than 5,000 students were eliminated, leaving only 1,000 students. Among them, not a single student with a level 5 or higher spirit aptitude was eliminated. Only level 4 spirit aptitude students would have to rely on their background and connections to obtain the qualifications to enter Warlock College Antalya to study. Commoner students without any background, unless they possessed a level 5 or higher spirit aptitude, otherwise, it was basically impossible to enter Warlock College Antalya to study. If Yang Feng was under normal circumstances, then he basically wouldn't have the qualifications to enter Warlock College Antalya to study. Congratulations, you've already passed the first round of screening, you can obtain the qualifications to enter Warlock College Antalya to study. You have 3 years' time to learn all kinds of knowledge here. After 3 years, there will be another screening. Those who haven't promoted to a level 1 apprentice warlock will all be eliminated. Work harder. The next day after passing the screening, all the students were summoned to Warlock College Antalya's large public square. An official warlock wearing a black POW expressionlessly made the above speech. After that warlock wearing a black POW finished speaking, one after another, the students who were 1 year older than Yang Feng immediately walked towards them. Hello, I'm Betty, a senior sister who is 1 year older than you. Excuse me, are you the Steel Lord's nephew Yang Feng and his niece Shui? A beautiful woman with blonde hair, a fiery and sensual figure, a few freckles on her face, fair skin, a beautiful and sensual woman walked towards Yang Feng and asked with a smile. As soon as Betty approached, she carefully looked at the peerlessly beautiful Shui. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of jealousy, the smile on her face was extremely sweet. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "That's right, I'm Yang Feng, this is my younger sister Shui." Betty said with a slight smile, "The college arranged for me to show you the way and act as a guide. To let you have a basic understanding of Warlock College Antalya. Please follow me." Yang Feng nodded, he brought Shui and followed behind Betty towards Warlock College Antalya. Our Warlock College Antalya is divided into outer court and inner court. The outer court students are those who haven't reached apprentice warlock rank like us. The inner court is the place where elite students who have already promoted to apprentice warlock study and live. Before being summoned, we can't go to the inner courtyard. Otherwise, we will be punished. Betty took Yang Feng's duo on a stroll, while explaining to them the various taboos of Warlock College Antalya. Warlock College Antalya's hierarchy was strict. Official warlocks as well as apprentice warlocks all resided in the large energy-absorbing ancient tree in the inner court. Warlock College Antalya's inner court was always shrouded in a formidable energy force field. That energy force field separated Warlock College Antalya's inner court and outer court. The inner court was enveloped in an incomparably powerful elemental force. Cultivating in the inner court was far more beneficial than cultivating in the outer court. The inner court was where Warlock College Antalya's essence lay. As Betty explained, she handed over a price list to Yang Feng. Studying in Warlock College Antalya, none of the knowledge is free. Here is the price list and timetable for learning various subjects. Continent's Common Language, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Divine Language, 100 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Draconic Language, 100 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Fiend Language, 100 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Elven Language, 100 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Planar Studies, 200 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Mathematics, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Geometry, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Etiquette, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Close Combat Techniques, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Politics, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Tactics, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. The price list was densely packed with all kinds of subjects. Each subject required the payment of a large amount of gold coins. Ordinary commoners simply couldn't afford to learn them. Even aristocrats would have a headache when they saw the amount of gold coins needed to learn those subjects. Zhao Jiang was a minor aristocrat. The income of several generations was only enough to learn 4 classes of basic fiend language. This was the reason why knowledge was so expensive in this world. In Tyrannid subcontinent, knowledge was firmly grasped in the hands of greater aristocrats with warlock bloodline. Ordinary commoners, unless they had a heaven-defying soul aptitude and were lucky enough to obtain a warlock's inheritance, otherwise, it would be very difficult for them to make a name for themselves. Body Warlock Cultivation Intermediate Secret Art, 10,000 gold coins or 90 inferior magic stones. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the last row, his eyebrows creased slightly as he said, Body Warlock Cultivation Secret Art requires so much gold coins. How could ordinary commoners have so much money to learn this secret art? Betty said with a slight smile, Warlock College Antalya provides a loan service. Every student who exchanges for Body Warlock Cultivation Method can provide a 3-year interest-free loan. Other knowledge can be freely imparted, but once Body Warlock Cultivation Method is found to be imparting without permission, then the student will automatically become a slave of Warlock College Antalya and be at the mercy of the college. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of admiration, he silently thought, such a brilliant method. In this way, just from the tuition fees, Warlock College Antalya can easily receive more than 90,000 magic stones every year. Knowledge is wealth, knowledge is power, this is vividly reflected in Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng looked at those densely packed courses labeled with prices, his heart brimming with joy. Fortunately, I have Steel City's wealth as my backing. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to afford to learn this knowledge. Betty reminded, those ordinary commoner students who lack money, they can go to the mission hall to accept missions. However, those missions are extremely dangerous for us students who haven't even reached the apprentice warlock rank. It's best if you don't accept them. Yang Feng nodded slightly. Steel City's sphere of influence was nearly equivalent to half of Fernandro Principality, it would bring him a huge amount of wealth every day. He naturally wouldn't go and accept dangerous missions. Before promoting to an official warlock, he wasn't interested in going out and taking risks. Betty kindly reminded, among these courses, apart from Body Warlock Cultivation Secret Art, after passing the examination of each of the other courses, if you pass the examination, then you'll get 1 credit point, if you pass the examination, then you'll get 5 credit points. 100 credit points can be used to exchange for a level 0 spell model. Of course, if you use the purchase method, then a level 0 spell would require 20 inferior magic stones. Basic Divine Language, Basic Fiend Language, Basic Dragon Language, Basic Elven Language, these are the prerequisite subjects for learning a lot of formidable spells. Mathematics and geometry are the key to constructing spell models. Basic Biology is the prerequisite subject for variation and blood meridian variation. If you want to become an official warlock, then you should start to consider the direction of your development and learn the corresponding prerequisite subjects. Chapter 49. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, many thanks for your reminder. All right. Tip. Betty gave a slight smile and extended her small hand towards Yang Feng. Warlock College Antalya's human resources are very valuable. According to the usual practice, I'll act as your guide, so you should pay me a corresponding tip. According to the usual practice, it should be 2 gold coins, but since you're pleasing to the eye, I'll be fine with 1 gold coin, let's be friends. All right. Yang Feng gave a hearty smile, casually fished out a magic stone and placed it in Betty's hand. This is a magic stone. Betty saw the small inferior magic stone in her hand, she was somewhat excited, yet somewhat restless, her voice trembled, her pretty face flashed with a touch of struggle, then she solemnly returned the magic stone to Yang Feng. This magic stone is too precious. My service isn't worth a magic stone. Apprentice warlock rank experts could slowly absorb the magic energy emitted by magic stones and upgrade their physical constitution. Moreover, magic stones could also be used as the energy core of a variety of golems, materials for a variety of elixirs, fodder for raising a variety of freaks, and energy source for a variety of runic magic arrays. Magic stones had such a wide range of uses, moreover they were consumables, therefore, even though magic stone or veins were continuously discovered, but the price of magic stones was still slowly increasing. The price of a magic stone was equivalent to 100 gold coins, that was the price of gold coins to purchase magic stones. In fact, if one used gold coins to purchase a magic stone from an exchange merchant, then it would cost at least 140 gold coins. In some remote areas where magic stones were scarce, a magic stone could even be sold for more than 200 gold coins. Warlock College Antalya was rich in magic stones, but if one wanted to purchase a magic stone from a shop, then it would still cost 135 gold coins. Betty wasn't even an apprentice warlock, that magic stone was still very precious for her. Yang Feng gave a smile and handed the magic stone to Betty. I think your service is worth this price. Betty's pretty face was slightly red, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of peculiarity. She gave a sweet smile towards Yang Feng and gave him a small slip of paper. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can come to this room to find me. Finished speaking, Betty turned around and left with large strides. Shurshue's black and white gemstone-like beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of demonic charm. She said towards Yang Feng with a light smile, Guji, this gold digger Betty is obviously moved by you. As long as you throw more magic stones at her, she will easily open her thighs and become your toy. What are you thinking about in that little brain of yours? This time, I came to Warlock College Antalya in order to study the Warlock path. Yang Feng flicked Shurshue's forehead and said with a slight headache. Through these days of getting along, Yang Feng discovered that Shurshui, this little lowly born from the taboo stone, not only was she exceptionally talented, but she was also mischievous and had traces of evil aura, giving him some headaches. Don't flick my forehead. I'm not a child anymore. If you flick my forehead again, then I'll ignore you. Shurshui slapped away Yang Feng's big hand and somewhat angrily glared at him. But she was too adorable, her glare didn't have any power, it just made Yang Feng feel funny. Yang Feng said with a light smile, let's go back. All right. Shurshui nodded, as if a small tail following behind Yang Feng, she walked towards Yang Feng's room. Warlock College Antalya occupied an extremely vast area. The number of student dormitories in the college was also extremely large, basically everyone had a dormitory. Of course, the accommodation fee wasn't cheap, just the accommodation fee alone would cost 500 gold coins per year. Of course, those commoner students could also choose those large dormitories with a few dozen people squeezing into a room. That accommodation fee would only cost 10 gold coins per year. Yang Feng possessed Steel City's wealth. Naturally he and Shurshui each rented a large dormitory with a bathroom, toilet and kitchen. Shortly after Yang Feng returned to the dormitory, a knock came from outside the door. Hello, may I ask if it's Yang Feng? I've come to deliver the goods you've deposited in Warlock College Antalya. Yang Feng opened the door and saw a youngster dressed in an ordinary student attire standing outside the door, holding a box in both hands. These are 10 bottles of Blue Mirage. This is a black magic crystal card. You can use this magic crystal card to withdraw the corresponding magic stones from each of Warlock College Antalya's major banks. However, I must remind you, if you want to withdraw a large amount of magic stones exceeding 50,000, then please make an appointment with the bank in advance, otherwise the small bank branches might not have enough magic stones for you to withdraw. It's best to make an appointment 5 days in advance. The youngster spoke as he opened the box, revealing 10 extremely beautiful vials of elixirs blossoming with a bright blue radiance as well as a black magic crystal card. The youngster looked at the 10 vials of elixirs and that magic crystal card, his eyes flashed with a whiff of greed, then he quickly recovered his calm. In this Warlock College Antalya, as long as he made the slightest movement, then he would be consigned to eternal damnation, he would be reduced to a warlock's human experiment subject, unable to live or die. Yang Feng received the 10 vials of elixir and immediately pulled the cork of a vial of Blue Mirage. From that vial of Blue Mirage, traces of blue radiance drifted out, condensing in midair into the image of a beautiful and moving young lady. That young lady's image looked pitifully at Yang Feng and that youngster, her cherry small mouth continuously opened and closed as if saying something. Yang Feng looked at that young lady's image suspended in the blue void, his eyes flashed with a whiff of admiration. This is Blue Mirage. Warlock's methods are really mysterious. After inspecting the 10 vials of Blue Mirage and the magic crystal card, Yang Feng accepted the 10 vials of blue mirage and the magic crystal card, then conveniently gave the delivery man a tip of 2 gold coins. "This is for you." Yang Feng returned to his room, then threw 3 vials of blue mirage to Shi Shui. Shi Shui swept the 3 vials of blue mirage with a glance. She smiled happily, then directly returned the 3 vials of blue mirage to Yang Feng. "No need, Gidge. My soul aptitude is as high as superior level 8, if I want to continue upgrading my soul aptitude, then the treasures I need aren't as inferior as blue mirage. This blue mirage, Gidge needs it more." Yang Feng smiled, then once again handed the 3 vials of blue mirage to Shi Shui. "It doesn't matter, before you develop a resistance, you can use blue mirage. In any case, I'll have a lot of this elixir in the future." NR 3796, Analyze Blue Mirage. Yang Feng threw another vial of blue mirage to a humanoid robot standing to the side and ordered. Mechanical tentacles extended from the humanoid robot and entered the blue mirage potion. Starting the analysis of the elixir. Carrying out the feasibility analysis. The elixir can be analyzed and synthesized. Starting the model analysis. Analysis progress at 0.1%. With the current computing power, it's estimated that the elixir can be completely analyzed after 5 days. NR 3796 quickly fed back a series of information. Chapter 50. Yang Feng asked, "I remember that you were analyzing dragon blood elixir. Would simultaneously analyzing 2 elixirs affect the progress of the analysis?" NR 3796 said, "Not at all. I've already manufactured another superchip. Simultaneously analyzing 2 elixirs won't affect the progress of the analysis. A self-destruct device has already been installed on the other superchip. As long as it leaves my control for a second, then it will self-destruct. Then let's upgrade my soul aptitude now." Yang Feng took out a bottle of blue mirage, pulled out the cork and poured the blue mirage into his mouth. Once the blue mirage entered Yang Feng's mouth, it started to squirm, as if he had swallowed a huge worm. A beautiful woman's moan was transmitted from within Yang Feng's body. "It hurts." Bursts of acute pain directly spread from within Yang Feng's body, making his brain feel as if it was about to explode. He fell to the ground, struggled in pain for a good while, and finally fainted from the pain. The mysterious life force field started to strengthen the host's physical constitution. The probability of acute pain threatening the host's life is 9%, the pain nerves of the host will not be severed. The strengthening continues. Lines of information flashed above Yang Feng's eyeglasses. Not knowing how long had passed, Yang Feng finally faintly woke up. "It stinks?" Yang Feng asked as soon as he woke up. A stench was emitted from within his body. He took a careful look and saw that every inch of his body was gushing with oily black smelly dregs. Shi Shui's sweet voice came from the side, "Guji, the bath water is ready." "Good." Yang Feng directly got up and entered the bathroom with large strides. After cleaning the layer of oily black smelly dregs on his body, Yang Feng directly entered the bathtub filled with hot water. Soaking in the comfortable hot water, he immediately ordered, "Scan my body." Yang Feng, Basic Attributes, Strength 1. 1. Agility 1. 2. Physique 1, Spirit 1. Blood Meridians, Earth's Waste. Soul Aptitude, Inferior Level 1. General Evaluation, classified as a Level 1 life form. Evolution Potential, Small. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement. He sincerely praised, "Worthy of being an elixir worth 5,000 magic stones. The effect is really great." Yang Feng practiced magic notes Titan for 10 days before all attributes except spirit force increased by 0.1, but during those 10 days of cultivation, he had also drunk a large amount of recovery water to be able to cultivate so quickly. Moreover, the further he cultivated, the more difficult it would be to increase his attributes. That bottle of blue mirage potion had greatly improved his physical fitness. It was simply heaven-defying. If this blue mirage potion were to appear on Earth, any bottle would definitely sell for a sky-high price. Yang Feng said, "Analyze my body and work out the best cultivation method. Begin the analysis. Start modeling. The complete analysis will take 30 seconds. Countdown starts at 30. The host's current physical fitness can take a bottle of blue mirage potion every other day, and at the same time cultivate the magic notes Titan to strengthen the effects of the potion. After 100 days, it is estimated that the host's soul aptitude will be promoted to superior level. 2. The physical constitution will directly break through the mortal limits and promote to a level 1 apprentice warlock." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of gratification. The means of warlocks are really unpredictable. If I didn't have the blue enchantress potion, I would never be able to break through to the night level. But as long as I have enough blue mirage potion, then I can easily break through and become an apprentice warlock. The feeling of having sufficient resources is really good. Originally, according to NR 3796's analysis, Yang Feng practicing the night-level cultivation method Thunderox would be unable to promote to a night-level expert in his lifetime. But now, as long as he has a large amount of blue mirage potion, then he can directly promote to a level 1 apprentice warlock within 100 days. This is the means of warlocks. This year's students were altogether divided into 20 classes, each class had more than 50 students. Yang Feng and Shi Shui were both assigned to Class 10. Yang Feng and Shi Shui entered the classroom, gazes brimming with complexity were shot from the classroom and concentrated on the two of them. Although Yang Feng's appearance was ordinary, but he was the only successor of the extremely powerful Steel City. With a single sentence, he forced Ban Tanya to his death, making the students of Class 10 endlessly fearful. But Shi Shui possessed a peerless appearance and also a natural charm, naturally attracting the gazes of everyone in Class 10. Gars took the initiative to walk over and said with a smile, "Yang Feng, what a coincidence, we're in the same class." What a coincidence. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth curved slightly, his eyes flashed with a whiff of a smile, his gaze fell on the 4 youngsters behind Gars. Among the 4 youngsters behind Gars, the 2 young ladies were respectively Bella and Irene. The 2 youngsters were respectively Luke and Leo. Gars, Luke and Leo all had inferior level, for soul aptitudes, Bella had intermediate level, for soul aptitudes and Irene had superior level, for soul aptitudes. Bella was a petite girl with short blue hair and an ordinary appearance. Irene was a tall, sexy and well-developed young lady with a rather charming appearance. Including Gars, the 5 of them were the youngsters that Yang Feng had rescued in the Hunting Tooth Wilderness. After a series of polite greetings, the relationship between the 2 parties at once became a lot closer. Gars kept Yang Feng guessing and said somewhat meaningfully, "Yang Feng, we're really lucky to be able to enter Class 10. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Lucky?" Gars gave a somewhat wretched and mysterious smile and looked towards the classroom's entrance. "Heh, you'll soon know." Yang Feng followed Gars' gaze and looked towards that direction. With a height of about 1.76 meters, wearing a silver low-cut warlock's changpao that exposed her legs, her twin peaks almost bursting out of her clothes, she had a head of bright and smooth golden hair like the sun, delicate and smooth silk-like skin, beautiful and sexy facial features, and her whole body exuded a sexy charm. She looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, she carried a powerful aura and gracefully walked into the classroom. So beautiful. A beauty capable of causing the downfall of a city and a state. Yang Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air, his eyes flashed with a touch of a scorching color. Caucasians generally have coarse skin. That giant stone city's #1 beauty, Miss Sissy, also had very bad skin. She completely relied on cosmetics to conceal her many defects. But that peerless beauty that stepped into the classroom didn't have such defects, she didn't even wear makeup, obviously she was a formidable official warlock. The students of Class 10, regardless of gender, were deeply attracted by that peerless beauty, their eyes revealed a scorching color. Eunice revealed a trace of a sweet smile. "I'm Eunice, also your Class 10's teacher. Now I'll explain to you the rules of studying here." Chapter 51. First, when the teacher is speaking, you have to keep quiet, otherwise you'll be expelled from school. Eunice gave a faint smile, an incomparably formidable life force diffused from her body, shrouding the entire classroom. So strong. Level 1 warlocks are really formidable. Young Feng was pressured by that terrifying life force, as if he suddenly saw a terrifying and savage behemoth. A touch of trembling and fear welled up within his body. The Mechanical Legion was able to kill an official level 1 warlock. That was because the Mechanical Legion was sufficiently formidable. But Young Feng himself was very weak. This was the first time he truly felt the might of a level 1 warlock. That was an existence on a completely different level from mortals. At this moment, the level 1 secret treasure green heart hanging from Yang Feng's neck at once blossomed with traces of green radiance. Only then did he free himself from that heavy pressure and return to normal. In the entire classroom, apart from Yang Feng, only Shi Shui easily withstood the pressure from Eunice's life force. Eunice's gaze also swept Yang Feng's duo with a glance. Her gaze stopped on Shi Shui's body for a good while. A touch of extraordinary splendor flashed past her beautiful eyes. Eunice's formidable life force withdrew. Only then did all the students present breathe a sigh of relief, their bodies drenched in sweat. Some of the male students who originally had bad intentions also had cold sweat trickling down their backs. They didn't dare to give Eunice a glance. "I won't say any more nonsense. You have to remember, only with a formidable body can a formidable spirit reside. Warlocks not only need a lot of knowledge, they also need a formidable body. Vice versa, in addition to a formidable body, you also need a wealth of knowledge. You have to obtain an outstanding grade in the following subjects, otherwise don't even think of entering the inner court. Continent's Common Language. Basic Divine Language. Basic Dragon Language. Basic Fiend Language. Basic Elven Language. Basic Plane Studies. Basic Mathematics. Basic Geometry. Basic Biology. Basic Botany. Basic Elemental Studies. Turandot Subcontinent's Modern History. My time is very precious. Apart from during class, don't ask me any questions. Only if you're willing to pay magic stones. You can ask me a question about a basic subject for 10 magic stones. The class schedule has already been sent to you, you can study according to it. Alright, you can disperse. After Eunice finished speaking, she turned around and left the classroom like a queen. This is even more irresponsible than a university. Yang Feng looked at Eunice's back and was somewhat speechless as he thought. The following days also confirmed Yang Feng's thoughts. Warlock College Antalia's teachers were basically all incomparably formidable official warlocks. They all came and went in a hurry, not allowing anyone to ask questions. Basically after they finished their lectures they would leave, not paying the slightest attention to the students. However, what was different from Earth's universities was that, in this Warlock College Antalya, all the students were eagerly absorbing knowledge and studying hard. No one dared to be the slightest bit negligent. The opportunity to enter Warlock College Antalya to study was extremely hard to come by. Once this opportunity was missed, then those students would regret it for the rest of their lives. Yang Feng also seemed to have returned to his high school days, attending classes everywhere during the day. After attending classes he would directly go to the public library and use the microchip to record all the books in the library into the database, categorizing and storing them. Warlock College Antalya's public library had an extremely large collection of books. Apart from books related to warlock cultivation, the rest of the books related to politics, economics, military affairs, literature, human geography and other various fields were all available. However, Yang Feng investigated for a long time. The information related to the 8 great warlock dynasties as well as the main continent was still very sparse. Obviously, the information related to the main continent was classified as extremely valuable information and wasn't placed in the public library. 5 days later. Outside of Yang Feng's dormitory's door suddenly sounded a knock. A mechanical bladed troop stepped forward and opened the door. Outside the door stood an approximately 18 or 19-year-old man, dressed in a grey pow, with a head full of brown hair and a rather handsome appearance, as well as a approximately 14 or 15-year-old beautiful young lady with a height of 1.73 m, a pair of cantaloupe-sized twin peaks, a blue ponytail, a gorgeous appearance and brimming with youthful vigor. Yang Feng swept the two with a glance, his eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "Who are you?" "I'm Detania Principality's Sanger clan's first successor, Felix. This time I came to sincerely apologize to you, Steel Lord's sole successor, Yang Feng. This is our Sanger clan's sincerity." The blue-haired man gave a slight smile, took out a box and opened it. Inside the box was the previously extremely unbridled and arrogant severed head of Bantanya. The severed head of Bantanya was brimming with fear, resentment and despair. Felix smiled as he took out a slave contract and handed it to Yang Feng. "That idiot Bantanya offended your dignity, our Sanger clan has already killed him, we hope to appease your anger. This is Bantanya's sister Judy, she's our gift to you. Starting from today, she's your slave." The busty young lady Judy's complexion paled, she clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of despair, yet she remained silent. Sure enough, strength is justice, strength is the truth. Yang Feng looked at the gorgeous young lady with a sexy figure Judy, his eyes flashed with a whiff of peculiarity. These past few days, Yang Feng had already thoroughly inquired about Sanger clan's circumstances. Sanger clan was a warlock clan with several hundred years of inheritance. At present, the only warlock in the clan only had the strength of an intermediate level, 1 warlock. Sanger clan didn't even have a warlock pagoda, its foundation couldn't even compare to Black Cottage. Such a small level, 1 warlock clan, as long as it mobilized its mechanical legion, then Yang Feng could easily exterminate it. Obviously, Sanger clan was also very clear about this point. Not only did it immediately take the initiative to offer Bantania's severed head, it even offered his sister as a gift to Yang Feng, in order to avoid the calamity of extermination. Although Southern States coalition was controlled by Warlock College Antalya, but there were also countless internal conflicts for the sake of benefits. From time to time, some small and weak warlock clans would be inexplicably wiped out. Sanger clan didn't want to be wiped out for no reason at all. Although there were a lot of elites in warlock clans, but there were also a lot of idiots. Bantanya, that idiot, thought that Yang Feng wouldn't be able to act against him in Warlock College Antalya, but never would he have thought that Yang Feng would directly force his clan to personally deliver his severed head. Chapter 52. Yang Feng carefully sized up Judy beside Felix and his eyes flashed with a whiff of appreciation. This Judy from Sanger clan had a sexy and fiery figure at a young age, a gorgeous appearance and brimming with youthful vigor, she was a rare beauty. Her appearance and temperament could be compared to that of Fernando clan's third successor, Jessica. In the entire Class 10, there wasn't a single girl that could compare to her. Judy, basic attributes, Strength 1. 3. Agility 1. 4. Physique 1. 1. Spirit 1. 2. Blood meridians, human. Spirit aptitude, inferior level 4. General evaluation, classified as a level 1 life form. Felix, basic attributes, Strength 6. 3. Agility 6. 2. Physique 6. 8. Spirit 7. 2. Blood meridians, human. Spirit aptitude, inferior level 5. General evaluation, classified as a level 5 life form. Yang Feng's mind moved, the glasses directly launched a secret scanning ripple and scanned Judy and Felix's physical conditions. Yang Feng didn't dare to launch the glasses scanning function against an official warlock. Otherwise, once the other party got angry and casually slapped him to death, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. A warlock's dignity couldn't be violated. Even if a mortal like Yang Feng was Steel City's sole successor, as long as he crossed the line and infringed upon a warlock's interests, then the other party would very likely pinch him to death. Without 100% certainty, Yang Feng didn't want to risk his life by scanning a warlock. This gift is very good. Yang Feng received Judy's slave contract book and casually put it aside as he said with a smile. Felix saw that the slave contract book was accepted, his heart slightly relaxed. He once again took out a box and opened it, revealing a bottle of transparent and colorless elixir and 5 mid-grade magic stones. This is Mermaid Tears elixir and 500 magic stones. These 500 magic stones are a small token of our Sanger clan, please accept it. Yang Feng received the bottle of Mermaid Tears elixir, pulled the cork and took a look. Once the cork was opened, a strange force field brimming with sorrow gushed out from within the elixir. Yang Feng seemed to see a beautiful and moving mermaid princess, pitifully weeping. The mermaid princess, as if coming out of a fairy tale, was extremely beautiful and enchanting. As soon as he saw her, he felt as if he was deeply attracted, unable to extricate himself. A wave of sadness gushed out from his heart, and tears streamed down his face. Cough. At this moment, Felix coughed lightly and a weak spirit ripple pierced Yang Feng, allowing him to wake up from the illusion. What an amazing elixir! Yang Feng was startled, and immediately covered the mermaid tears with the cork. Many of the potions refined by warlocks possessed mysterious and powerful powers. Some top alchemists could even use a variety of medicines to imitate the effects of powerful spells. However, there were very few alchemist warlocks who used potions in battle. This was because every kind of potion that could simulate the effects of powerful spells was very expensive. Using potions in battle was equivalent to burning a lot of magic stones. No one would do that except for the wealthiest top potioneering warlocks. Among the elixirs refined by warlocks, many of the elixirs would instead be highly toxic if taken without meeting the conditions. Just like Yang Feng's dragon blood elixir, with his current mortal physique, so long as he drank a mouthful, then the dragon blood elixir would burn his blood dry and he would die. Yang Feng calculated in his mind, this mermaid tears elixir, I need to at least promote to a level 1 apprentice warlock before I can take it. Felix handed over a palm-sized crystal box to Yang Feng and said enthusiastically, Yang Feng, I'm currently a level 2 apprentice warlock. If there's anything you don't understand in your studies, then feel free to ask me. This is a communication magic sound box, so long as you select my name and click it, then you can contact me through this communication magic sound box. This communication magic sound box's power source is magic stones. 1 magic stone is enough to support 10,000 hours of communication. However, this communication magic sound box is only a level 0 secret treasure. Its communication range is only 3,000 kilometers, beyond 3,000 kilometers there's no signal. Isn't this a magic version of a mobile phone? But this magic version of a mobile phone only has a communication function. Yang Feng received the communication magic sound box and fiddled with it for a while. He was somewhat speechless as he thought. Felix very enthusiastically chatted with Yang Feng for a while. Only after a good while did he leave in satisfaction. Shi Shui threw herself into Yang Feng's embrace like a kitten, her jade-like arms embraced his neck, her coquettish eyes were like silk as she said coquettishly, Gidge, I still lack a toy, no, a maid. How about letting her be my maid for a while? I'll definitely properly teach her how to be a qualified maid for Gidge. Good. Good. She'll be your maid for the time being. Facing Shi Shui's offensive coquettishness, the mortal Yang Feng was somewhat unable to resist her natural charm. He could only reluctantly and carefully push her away and agree to her request. Yang Feng currently only wanted to promote his strength to the level 1 apprentice warlock level as soon as possible. Thank you Gidge. Shi Shui cheered, hugged Yang Feng and kissed him, then pulled the somewhat flustered Judy and directly left his room. Yang Feng strongly suppressed his desire provoked by Shi Shui, threw the mermaid tears elixir to the robot beside him and said in a deep voice, "Immediately analyze this elixir." That robot pulled out the mermaid tears elixir, countless mechanical tentacles extended inside. Initiating the elixir analysis. Carrying out the feasibility analysis. The elixir can be analyzed and synthesized. Initiating the model analysis. Analysis progress at 0.1%. With the current computing power, it's estimated that after 45 days the elixir can be completely analyzed. NR 3796 quickly fed back a series of information. Yang Feng only then slightly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this way I can have an alchemical elixir that can improve the soul aptitude. The Shi clan's evolution system and the Warlock's evolution system are completely different. NR 3796's analysis function isn't able to analyze any elixir, of course, along with the continuous improvement of NR 3796's database, its analysis function will also continuously strengthen. Some elixirs that are currently unable to be analyzed, along with its continuous evolution, can also be slowly analyzed. After the mermaid tears elixir can be analyzed, this also means that Yang Feng's soul aptitude can be promoted to level 3 or level 4 in the future. Thus, he has the possibility of promoting to an official warlock. The following days, Yang Feng immersed himself in learning. Every day he hungrily and thirstily studied all kinds of knowledge. Along with the continuous consumption of blue mirage, he can clearly feel his physical constitution strengthening every day. At the same time his learning ability also continuously strengthened, his spirit also became better. Chapter 53. Time elapsed, 100 days passed in a flash. Yang Feng sat cross-legged in the dormitory's practice room. He slowly opened his eyes, a formidable fluctuation of life slowly spread from his body. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of joy, his mind moved, I finally promoted to a level 1 apprentice warlock. Scan my body. Yang Feng, basic attributes, strength 3. 7, agility 3. 5, physique 3. 6, spirit 4. 2, blood meridians, earthling waste. Spirit aptitude, superior level 2. General evaluation, classified as a level 4 life form. Yang Feng thought somewhat regretfully, promoting to a level 1 apprentice warlock in 100 days, this result can be considered as outstanding. Although it's still a bit lacking compared to those geniuses. An apprentice warlock's physical constitution is equivalent to a knight rank expert, moreover, their spirit force is by far higher than that of a knight rank expert. Wanting to promote to an apprentice warlock isn't that simple. Among the students who entered Warlock College Antalya at the same time as Yang Feng, only 20+ students with superior level 5 spirit aptitudes and above were promoted to level 1 apprentice warlocks within 100 days. Fernandro clan's genius Jessica only spent 15 days to promote to a level 1 apprentice warlock. But before she entered Warlock College Antalya, she already possessed a high-level warrior's physical constitution, that's why she could promote to a level 1 apprentice warlock within 15 days. Illuminate. Yang Feng pointed with his finger, a sphere of radiance suddenly lit up in front of him, illuminating the entire room incomparably bright. Illuminate is the simplest level 0 spell, it's the easiest way to test the promotion to a level 1 apprentice warlock. As long as one is able to cast Illuminate, this level 0 spell, it means that the caster possesses the lowest level of casting ability, promoting to an apprentice warlock, taking the first step toward surpassing mortals on the formidable warlock path. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth curved slightly, his mood was very carefree. After being promoted to an apprentice warlock, he can feel his body brimming with power, it's completely different from his previous subhealthy body. Yang Feng evaluated his battle prowess, with my current strength, even if I don't use a gun, I can still easily kill a low-level warrior. But if I were to encounter a knight rank expert, then I wouldn't be the other party's opponent. Yang Feng, this apprentice warlock, is a fake apprentice warlock who continuously ate elixirs. He had not gone through rigorous combat training, nor had he experienced life and death battles, so his combat ability was very poor. A lot of second-generation apprentice warlocks who took elixirs had battle prowess similar to his. Although Yang Feng was also practicing basic swordsmanship, basic saber arts and basic fighting arts, but even with the chip's assistance, within a short period of time, his actual combat strength definitely couldn't compare to those experts who had promoted to the knight rank through bitter cultivation. I can now pass the test and join the inner yard. That's the starting point for warlocks. Yang Feng got up and left the room. Warlock College Antalia's apprentice warlock's comprehensive rank evaluation room, there were two delicate and pretty young ladies sitting at the front desk. A beautiful girl with short blue hair, about 16 or 17 years of age, and wheat-colored skin was full of youthful vigor. She complained to another beautiful girl who looked about 18 or 19 years of age, with long brown hair, and seemed to be more gentle and quiet. "Annie, it's so boring here. I haven't seen anyone for a long time. If it wasn't for the salary of 1 magic stone a month, I wouldn't have come. Can you put down the spell book in your hands and have a good chat with me?" Annie put down the spell book in her hands, her eyes flashed with a whiff of worry, she sighed faintly and said, "Ina, we don't have much time. After entering the inner yard, if we're unable to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years, then we'll have to leave the college. I don't want to go back and listen to my family's arrangements, become a tool for marriage, and casually marry a person from another warlock clan." The competition in Warlock College Antalya was extremely intense. Once you enter the inner yard, if you're unable to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years, then you'll have to directly graduate and leave the school. Those outstanding seedlings who are able to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years, then they'll receive attention and can continue to study in Warlock College Antalya. The college will also pour more resources into their cultivation. Annie had already entered the inner yard for nearly 4 years, and had just recently promoted to a level 2 apprentice warlock. Wanting to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within the remaining 2 years was practically impossible. The enormous pressure forced her to make the best use of her time to study all the time. When Ina heard that, her pretty complexion changed, she said somewhat weakly and bitterly, "To promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years, how could it be that simple? Only Fernandro clan's Jessica, Bond clan's Ken's, Mazad clan's Ren, these geniuses with spirit aptitudes as high as level 6, only then would have absolute certainty in promoting to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years. For us students with spirit aptitudes of only level 4, wanting to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years is really too difficult." When Annie heard that, she also gave a slight sigh. Just at this moment, Yang Feng entered the appraisal room. Ina's face at once surged with a touch of a professional smile. "Hello, this is Warlock College Antalya's Apprentice Warlock's Comprehensive Appraisal Room. May I ask if you're here to be appraised as an apprentice warlock?" Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "That's right. I'm Yang Feng." "What? You're Yang Feng? Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng?" Ina was immediately gobsmacked, her eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. The professional smile on Annie's face also flashed with a touch of astonishment. Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng's spirit aptitude was only inferior level 1, this information was known by practically the entire Warlock College Antalya. According to common sense, it was practically impossible for people with this kind of spirit aptitude to promote to an apprentice warlock in their lifetime. Now that Yang Feng came to be appraised as an apprentice warlock, it was simply inconceivable. Yang Feng said faintly, "That's right." Ina apologized towards Yang Feng, "I'm very sorry, I forgot myself. Please cast a level 0 spell. Illumination." Yang Feng pointed with his hand and a sphere of radiance flickered in front of him. Ina nodded and said, "It's indeed a level 0 spell. Please show me the continent's common language. Basic divine language." Basic Dragon Language. Basic Fiend Language. Basic Elven Language. Basic Planes. Basic Mathematics. Basic Geometry. Basic Biology. Basic Botany. Basic Elemental Studies. Turandot Subcontinent's Modern History Transcript. Those basic subjects mainly focused on memory ability. Yang Feng had the smart glasses, this great cheating tool, and he easily obtained an outstanding grade in all the subjects. Ina carefully examined the transcript produced by Yang Feng and said with a slight smile, "Please wait a moment." Before long, Ina handed Yang Feng a set of grey robes with a copper thread. This apprentice warlock's robe has a level 0 dirt removal spell enchanted on it, it's worth at least 300 gold coins. After promoting to a level 1 apprentice warlock, you'll get one for free. Chapter 54. Any alchemy items related to warlocks are outrageously expensive. That apprentice warlock's Chongpao doesn't have any defensive capabilities and doesn't look very beautiful or gorgeous, it's at least 300 gold coins, ordinary people simply can't afford it. Anya suddenly said, "Yang Feng, if you really want to go further on the warlock's path, I recommend you to read a book Soul Aptitude and Warlock's Path Choice." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Then give me a copy of his Soul Aptitude and Warlock's Path Choice and all level 0 spell books. Black Cottage also has a lot of level 0 spell books. But Black Cottage's spell books definitely can't compare to Warlock College Antalia's spell books." Now that Yang Feng is rich, he basically doesn't need to worry about magic stones. Ina's pretty face welled up with a touch of redness, her voice at once became a lot gentler. Soul Aptitude and Warlock's Path Choice greater than 500 magic stones per book, level 0 spell books are 20 magic stones per book, now there are 752 level 0 spell books, that's a total of 11,940 magic stones. Ordinary apprentice warlocks are generally very stingy, they basically buy spell books one at a time. Moreover, they specifically pick those spell books that are useful to them, they basically won't buy extra spell books. Those apprentice warlocks with the backing of warlock clans are even more disdainful of those level 0 spells. Ina has been here for so long, but it's still the first time she's encountered such a big business. She can get a 1,000th commission from the business. This time's transaction, she and Anya can get 12 magic stones. This naturally made her extremely excited. Yang Feng took out that magic crystal card, inserted it into a box inscribed with bizarre runes, entered the transaction amount and at once crossed off that 11,940 magic stones. Ina's voice became increasingly sweeter as she said, "Do you want to pick up the goods now, or do you want us to help you deliver them tonight?" Yang Feng said, "Deliver them to my room tonight." Ina said softly, "Yes." Yang Feng turned around and left Warlock College Antalia's apprentice warlock's comprehensive rating room. Ina looked at Yang Feng's back, her eyes brimming with jealousy and envy, she sighed faintly and said, 100 days, in just 100 days, a person with inferior level 1 soul aptitude promoted to an apprentice warlock. The Steel Lord behind him is really too rich. His life is too good. Annie's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. She said in a low voice, "Yes. If I had 1% of his resources, promoting to a rank 3 apprentice warlock wouldn't be a problem. The most important reason that restricts the rapid progress of those apprentice warlocks is magic stones. 1 magic stone cost 135 gold coins, and 3 magic stones cost 405 gold coins. This huge sum of money was equivalent to the accumulation of several generations of small nobles like Zhao Jiang. Ina and Annie were from warlock clans, but their clans only gave them 10 magic stones every year. A level 0 spellbook cost 20 magic crystals. A year of hard work might only earn them 1 or 2 level 0 spell tomes. Moreover, once promoted to an apprentice warlock, buying all kinds of knowledge from a teacher would require a huge amount of magic stones. Without magic stones, it would be extremely difficult to advance in the world of warlocks. Ina and Anya were born from a small warlock clan. Level 0 spells basically used the clan's inherited spell books. They wouldn't purchase them from Warlock College Antalya. But even if they were so meticulous, the cost of buying all kinds of knowledge still pressured them to the point of being unable to breathe. Warlock College Antalya's outer court students had 10% of them being eliminated every year. The main reason was because they lacked money and were unable to learn all kinds of knowledge. In the inner court, a large number of apprentice warlocks were eliminated every year. The main reason was the lack of magic stones. In the world of warlocks, there was a saying that magic stones aren't omnipotent, but without magic stones, it's absolutely impossible. Yang Feng was wearing an apprentice warlock's robe. As soon as he entered Warlock College Antalya's outer court, he attracted countless gazes. An apprentice warlock appearing in the outer court was a very rare thing. As inner court elites, apprentice warlocks were basically very busy with learning all kinds of knowledge and earning magic stones. Very few people would come to the outer court. That's Steel City's Yang Feng. He actually promoted to an apprentice warlock. How is that possible? Isn't he merely an inferior level 1 spirit aptitude? How could he possibly cultivate so fast? With an inferior level 1 spirit aptitude, how could he possibly cultivate so fast? It hasn't even been 4 months since he joined Warlock College Antalya, yet he was already promoted to an apprentice warlock. In the end, how many precious elixirs did he drink? The Steel Lord really dotes on him. His uncle really dotes on him. Yang Feng had already become a celebrity. There was practically no one in Warlock College Antalya's outer court who didn't know him. Seeing him actually promoted to an apprentice warlock, those outer court students were brimming with envy and jealousy. As long as one wasn't an idiot, then one would understand that for Yang Feng to be able to promote to an apprentice warlock with an inferior level 1 spirit aptitude in such a short period of time, he definitely consumed countless precious elixirs. In fact, a bottle of Blue Mirage was worth more than 5,000 magic stones. Moreover, it was priceless. If it wasn't for consuming a large amount of Blue Mirage, then Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to promote to an apprentice warlock in such a short period of time. While the other students were still struggling for a few magic stones, Yang Feng had already consumed more than 250,000 magic stones worth of elixirs. 250,000 magic stones was enough for a superior level 5 spirit aptitude apprentice warlock to comfortably promote to a level 1 warlock. After consuming such a huge amount of resources, it was very normal for him to promote to an apprentice warlock. Under those envious and jealous gazes, Yang Feng returned to his dormitory. Gars, Bella, Irene and Luke, the 4 people, after receiving the news, immediately rushed to Yang Feng's dormitory. Gar's gaze was complex as he stared at Yang Feng. His heart was filled with mixed feelings as he congratulated Yang Feng. Congratulations on promoting to an apprentice warlock and becoming an inner court elite. Bella and the other 2 stared at Yang Feng with gazes brimming with complex emotions. A super good-for-nothing with an inferior level 1 spirit aptitude, his aptitude was more than 100 times worse than theirs. For such a good-for-nothing's cultivation speed to be so far ahead of theirs, the only possibility was that he had consumed the best elixirs. Yang Feng asked, "What about Leo?" Gar said lightly, "He's dead. During an adventure, he died under the curse of a freak." Bella and the other 2's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom. Warlock College Antalya's tuition fee was very high. All kinds of knowledge required a large amount of gold coins to purchase. A lot of lesser aristocrats simply couldn't afford such a high tuition fee. They could only participate in some dangerous adventures to earn gold coins. That high tuition fee was like a natural barrier, blocking a lot of commoners as well as a lot of lesser aristocrats from entering the warlock's path. If Yang Feng had holed up in Autumn Leaf Town, then he wouldn't be able to step on the warlock's path for the rest of his life. Chapter 55. After the small celebration banquet, Yang Feng went to the study, took out the book Soul Aptitude and the Warlock Path's Choice and carefully studied it. The more he studied, the heavier Yang Feng's complexion became. After a long time, Yang Feng's complexion was gloomy. he put down the book and slowly sighed. It turns out that if one's soul aptitude is unable to reach inferior level 4, then one can't promote to an official level 1 warlock through Orthodox Warlock secret method. Orthodox Warlock secret method was to continuously strengthen one's physical constitution and improve one's spirit force during the apprentice warlock stage. When his physical quality reached the limit of what he could bear, he would use a secret method to condense his soul power and form a sea of spiritual force with a soul seed as the core in his sea of consciousness. Then, he would solidify a level 1 spell in the sea of spiritual force, turning it into an innate spell that he could instantly cast. Once the sea of spirit force with the soul seed as the core takes shape, an apprentice warlock will become an official warlock. Their soul will continuously grow under the nourishment of the sea of spirit force. After strengthening their soul force, warlocks can continue to strengthen their physical constitution through various means, strengthen their lifespan, and continuously transform into extraordinary life forms. Tyrannid subcontinent's warlocks and wizards of other planes were different, their fleshly bodies were also incomparably formidable, comparable to many extraordinary life forms. So long as one is promoted to a level 1 warlock, even if they don't use any defensive spells, pistol bullets simply won't be able to penetrate their bodies. The fleshly bodies of those pinnacle level 1 warlocks were continuously strengthened to the point that even rifle bullets couldn't penetrate them. The reason why those formidable level 1 warlocks and level 2 warlocks were killed by Yang Feng was because his mechanical legion was too large and too powerful. The soul force of a lower rank 4 soul aptitude was too weak. Their soul was unable to condense into a soul seed. Once it was forcefully condensed, only death awaited them. Yang Feng said in a deep voice, NR 3796, immediately analyze to what extent can my soul aptitude increase to after using mermaid tears. Begin modeling. Analyze. The result will be out in 10 seconds. Analysis complete. Master, you can use the mermaid's tears potion to raise your soul aptitude to upper rank 3. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows and said in a low voice, superior level 3. How's the analysis of Fei Duishan's Banshee's tears? Can you synthesize it? Current analysis progress is 24.5%. It can't be synthesized. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows and thought silently. Blue mirage, mermaid tears, these are relatively the most common elixirs capable of promoting one's soul aptitude in Tyrannid subcontinent. Apart from that, there was no easy potion that could increase the aptitude of the soul. In that case, don't tell me I have to take the path of a blood meridian warlock. The orthodox warlock path rejects a lot of people with insufficient soul aptitudes outside of the warlock path. Before the second warlock dynasty, the entire origin world only had orthodox warlocks. The founder of the second warlock dynasty, the taboo great emperor, was a person whose soul aptitude was merely inferior level 3. When he was weak, the second warlock dynasty's taboo great emperor exchanged knowledge with a formidable being from another plane, and transplanted a formidable variant blood meridians, breaking the myth that people with insufficient soul aptitudes couldn't promote to warlocks. The taboo great emperor strengthened step by step through countless taboo experiments, and finally founded the second warlock dynasty. Since the time of the great taboo emperor, the blood meridian warlock path became popular and became one of the 2 mainstream warlock paths. Apart from the orthodox warlock and the blood meridian warlock, there were still other paths to promote to an official warlock. For example, carrying out a transaction with a formidable being from another plane, such as a devil, a fiend, or a god, and then having the other party forcibly promote their soul aptitude and promote to a warlock in one fell swoop. However, that method would most likely turn you into the other party's puppet. Moreover, there were many repercussions. Yang Feng only looked at it for a moment, and then chose to give up. The blood meridian warlock path wasn't that easy to tread. In order to become a blood meridian warlock, the first step was to possess a formidable life form's blood meridians. In order to become a dragon meridian warlock, then one would have to slaughter 3 dragons and extract their blood essence, then use all kinds of incomparably precious materials to go through countless refinements, only then would one be able to refine a tube of transplantable dragon's blood meridian's essence. The second step required a cultivation secret method that was compatible with the blood meridians. Without a secret method, even if one had the blood meridian's essence, it would still be useless. However, once one became a blood meridian warlock, one's cultivation speed would advance by leaps and bounds, and one would practically not encounter any bottlenecks during cultivation, until the evolution potential of the blood meridian life form was exhausted. A white dragon would generally possess great warlock rank battle prowess after reaching adulthood. If one extracted the blood meridians of a white dragon and transplanted it, then once the evolution potential of a white dragon blood meridian warlock reached great warlock, then the potential would be exhausted, and one would no longer be able to advance by even an inch. Yang Feng silently thought, if one doesn't have the blood meridians of a first-rate life form, then even if one obtained a cultivation secret method, it would still be useless. No wonder Blitz would so easily agree to let me choose a secret method that can be cultivated until great warlock rank. Even if I obtained a secret method, it would still be useless, unless I'm willing to merely become a level 1 or level 2 warlock, and casually hunt some extraordinary life forms comparable to level 2 warlocks and extract their blood meridians. After truly setting foot on the warlock path, only then did Yang Feng discover how important talent was. His inferior level 1 soul aptitude was truly too terrible. If he originally possessed superior level 3 soul aptitude, then he wouldn't need to worry about his soul aptitude. Warlock College Antalya only accepted students with level 4 or higher soul aptitude. That's because only students with level 4 or higher soul aptitude had the possibility of becoming level 1 warlocks, only then would they be worth nurturing. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the other small forces would accept some students with level 2 or level 3 soul aptitude and nurture them into apprentice warlocks, then use them to do odd jobs and so on, basically not being valued. Early the next morning, a series of knocking sounds came from outside Yang Feng's dormitory. "It's you." Yang Feng opened the door and discovered that it was precisely Anya standing outside the door. Anya said with a slight smile, "Hello, Yang Feng, I'm Anya. You're the inner court's guide." Yang Feng said with a courteous smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Warlock College Antalya's inner court was the place where apprentice warlocks as well as many official warlocks resided. There were many taboos. After every outer court student promoted to an apprentice warlock, an old inner court student would be dispatched to greet the new inner court student. At the junction between Warlock College Antalya's inner court and outer court, there was a gate. In front of the gate was a huge wolf-shaped boulder. Anya arrived before the huge wolf-shaped boulder and said respectfully, "Hello, Dalemk Darren. This is Yang Feng who has just promoted to an apprentice warlock." Chapter 56. That huge wolf-shaped boulder opened its eyes, that pair of white stone ball-like eyes swept Yang Feng with a glance, then continued to lie down and said coldly, "I've already remembered the scent of his soul, take him inside." Extraordinary life form Stone Clan's Moloch Wolf, that was the scientific name of that huge wolf-shaped boulder. This extraordinary life form's main body was an extremely high-quality boulder. Regardless of whether it was magic resistance or physical resistance, both were extremely terrifying. Adult Moloch wolves possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to that of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. Moreover, they possessed a formidable racial innate skill, being able to smell the scent of anyone's soul. In the world of warlocks, there were a variety of strange spells capable of changing, distorting and concealing one's true appearance. But the scent of the soul couldn't be changed. Apart from some special experts, even great warlock rank experts' perception regarding the scent of the soul couldn't compare to that of a Moloch wolf. With this Moloch wolf standing guard in front of the gate, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to change their appearance and sneak into Warlock College Antalya's inner court. Yang Feng bowed slightly towards that Moloch wolf in salute. "I've seen Dalemko Darren. The lifespan of humans was very short. An official level one human warlock had a lifespan of approximately 2 to 300 years. A level 2 warlock had a lifespan of approximately 3 to 400 years. A level 3 warlock had a lifespan of 4 to 500 years. Only great warlocks had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. But the extraordinary life form Moloch wolf needed more than 400 years to reach adulthood, their lifespan even more reaching up to several thousand years. This adult Moloch wolf was also a formidable extraordinary life form with wisdom. Its status in Warlock College Antalya was extremely high, even comparable to a member of the Council of Elders. Yang Feng didn't dare to be disrespectful toward such an extraordinary life form. Delenko didn't budge, as if an ordinary stone statue, there was no movement. Anya brought Yang Feng through the gate separating the outer court and the inner court, directly entering the inner court. Once he entered the inner court, Yang Feng felt a formidable elemental particle by far surpassing that of the outer court pervading the space. After these days of diligent study, Yang Feng already understood the fundamental principles of warlock cultivation. Warlock cultivation was to use special methods to absorb all kinds of wandering elemental particles to strengthen their physical constitution and nourish their soul force. Soul power was a transcendent lifeform's most fundamental source of power. If one's soul power couldn't be improved, their body wouldn't be able to continue evolving. The most crucial step for an apprentice warlock to promote to an official warlock is to condense a soul seed, then use the soul seed as the core to open up a spirit force sea, break through the limits of the human body, and evolve towards an extraordinary life form. Only then can one solidify a level 1 innate spell in their spirit force sea. The powerful elemental particles were very beneficial for strengthening the body and nourishing the soul. In the inner court, Warlock College Antalya used all kinds of extraordinary methods to gather extremely rich elemental particles. Cultivating in such an environment was dozens of times faster than cultivating in the outer court. There was a 3-storied Warlock Pagoda in Black Cottage. Inside the 3-storied Warlock Pagoda, only the elemental pool and the core cultivation room had elemental particles that were slightly better than the inner court's environment. As expected of one of the 6 sacred cultivation grounds of Turandot subcontinent, it really deserves its reputation. Yang Feng slightly operated magic notes tighten and felt a formidable energy particle enter his body, making him feel very comfortable. In Warlock College Antalya's inner court, there were Warlock Pagodas one after another. Each Warlock Pagoda was at least 4-storied in height. The construction cost of a Warlock Pagoda was extremely expensive. Generally, some small Warlock clans simply couldn't afford to build a Warlock Pagoda. Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda was also established after spending several generations of time and money. Moreover, it was still a 3-storied Warlock Pagoda. It simply couldn't compare to Warlock College Antalya's Warlock Pagoda. Yang Feng roughly counted and discovered that the number of Warlock Pagodas reached as high as several hundred. Those several hundred Warlock Pagodas vaguely formed a mysterious formation, surrounding and protecting the 9 7-storied Warlock Pagodas. At the core of the Warlock Pagodas, there was a huge energy-absorbing ancient tree reaching into the sky. One could vaguely see rays of light flickering on the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. Warlock College Antalya certainly has precious elixirs capable of promoting one's soul aptitude. However, such precious elixirs are certainly few in number. Moreover, they can only be grasped by level 3 warlocks or great warlocks. Unless I can capture Warlock College Antalya, otherwise, I simply can't get my hands on them. Inside a Warlock Pagoda, warlocks can basically resist enemies 1 rank higher than them. If Warlock College Antalya's great warlocks were to stand guard within the college, then my mechanical legion's odds of success would be too low. Unless my forces can expand by several tens of times. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased tightly as he calculated within his mind. Yang Feng had already gone all out to develop the mineral resources within his territory. Under his crazy mining, Blackrock Town's mineral resources had already started to dry up. On one hand, he was sizing up and purchasing iron ore, on the other hand, he was looking for new mineral resources within his territory. Even so, the raw materials in his hands were already far from being able to satisfy his production capacity. The amount of Yang Feng's mechanical legion within his territory was already very large, but he still didn't have any certainty in defeating Warlock College Antalya. The more he cultivated the Warlock path, the more he could feel the strength of a high-level Warlock. Yang Feng sighed slightly within, what a pity, now the territories already have a master. Moreover, they all have the shadow of a great Warlock behind them, wanting to expand is too difficult. In Tyrannid subcontinent, every place had a master, even though those places were controlled by some Warlock clans or small forces. But they all had the shadow of a great Warlock behind them. After Yang Feng captured Steel City, it was already his limit. Warlock College Antalya had already started to suppress his expansion. Unless he was willing to attack Savage Claw's territory, otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to expand. Savage Claw was a formidable force that was slightly more powerful than Warlock College Antalya. He wasn't willing to carelessly provoke such a terrifying existence. Yang Feng silently calculated within, Tyrannid subcontinent's fertile places have already been occupied. I can think of a way to look for some desolate areas to occupy. Solar energy, hydroelectric power, thermal power, wind power, and even nuclear power can be utilized. However, I have to complete my Warlock studies before I can carry them out. In NR 3796's technology tree, nuclear power wasn't considered to be too advanced technology. At present, it was already possible to manufacture large-scale nuclear power plants. However, in order to manufacture a large-scale nuclear power plant, it still required a series of prerequisites, such as a heavy water refinery. At present, all kinds of prerequisites were being constructed within Yang Feng's territory. He only needed another year, then Yang Feng could manufacture a large-scale nuclear power plant, as well as officially produce weapons of mass destruction such as nuclear warheads. Chapter 57. Anya gave Yang Feng a detailed explanation regarding the various taboos of Warlock College Antalya's inner court, while bringing Yang Feng inside a Warlock pagoda. Anya lightly knocked on a door and said, "Teacher Eunice, I've brought Yang Feng. Come in." The door opened and a voice brimming with magnetism sounded. Yang Feng stepped into the room, then saw the peerlessly beautiful Eunice wearing a blue low-cut changpao, incomparably languidly leaning on a sofa padded with a white tiger skin. Her slender and beautiful legs extended from within the changpao, reflecting a beautiful luster. She was holding a book in her hands and was casually flipping through it. A beautiful elf clan young lady with a pair of pointy ears, fair skin, a sexy figure and an extremely beautiful appearance was currently massaging Eunice's calf. Elf. A sweet fragrance came from within the room, coupled with the room's alluring and beautiful scenery, making Yang Feng's heart slightly moved. He immediately shifted his gaze and lowered his head, not daring to look towards Eunice's direction. This was Warlock College Antalya's headquarters. If Yang Feng made any unusual movements, then Eunice could casually slap him, this little level 1 apprentice Warlock, to death. The name of Steel Lord could intimidate and threaten a small Warlock clan like Sanger clan, but it was useless against a colossus like Warlock College Antalya. Elves, this life form, weren't indigenous to Tyrannid subcontinent, but rather a species that Warlocks had captured from other planes. After continuous indiscriminate hunting, the number of purebred elves was already very scarce. Once they appeared, they would basically become the playthings of bigwigs. Eunice actually had a purebred elf here, her strength by far surpassed that of an ordinary level 1 Warlock. Eunice used that somewhat bewitching gaze to sweep Yang Feng with a glance, then lightly smiled, "Yang Feng. So it's you. It seems like Steel City's Yang Yi is truly sparing no effort towards you, his only blood relative, to actually use blue mirage elixir to push you into an apprentice Warlock." Yang Feng heard Eunice's bewitching and sweet laughter, his blood unconsciously boiled, the flames of lust welled up, he was practically unable to control himself. At this moment, the level 1 secret treasure green heart in Yang Feng's bosom released a cool and refreshing force that entered his body, directly suppressing the flames of lust within him, allowing him to return to normal. Is this a charm spell? Or is it the power of charm inherent in her blood meridians? Yang Feng regained his reason, cold sweat flowed down his back, completely drenching his clothes. He could imagine that once he lost his mind to his desires and did something irrational, only death awaited him. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, his heart shivering, somewhat puzzled. What's going on? I've never offended her. Why would she have so much malice towards me? Eunice swept the green heart on Yang Feng's neck with a glance, her eyebrows creased slightly. She took out 2 crystal balls and said somewhat coldly, every student that enters the inner court has a chance to obtain free knowledge. This was my expertise in mutated biology and extraordinary botany. Choose one. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows again. Variant biology and extraordinary botany, these 2 subjects were too high-end for apprentice warlocks. For an apprentice warlock, the best subjects are spell principles and level 0 spell model analysis, these 2 basic subjects. Mutated life forms and extraordinary plants, these were existences that only official warlocks had the qualifications to study. The majority of those mutated life forms and extraordinary plants had the terrifying strength of official warlocks, only official warlocks could subdue and study those freaks. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast and he made a choice, I choose extraordinary botany. Peak alchemical elixirs involved a lot of precious extraordinary plants. Extraordinary botany was also one of the prerequisite subjects for intermediate alchemy. Blue mirage and mermaid tears, these kinds of peak alchemical elixirs could only be refined by warlocks that had grasped intermediate alchemy. Eunice flicked her finger, a crystal ball directly shattered, a plant-like green smoke flew out from the crystal ball and directly entered the space between Yang Feng's eyebrows. Countless information, countless data turned into an incomparably huge information stream that fiercely assaulted Yang Feng's brain. That huge amount of information nearly crashed his brain, making him fall to the ground. He struggled in pain and couldn't help but issue bursts of anguished howls. Giggle. Eunice looked at Yang Feng who had fallen to the ground and was struggling in pain. She issued a delightful and bewitching laugh, at the same time she reached into the elven clothes beside her and started to fiddle with them. That beautiful elf also issued bursts of moans that could make people blush and their hearts palpitate. Fuck. I'm going to be played to death by this crazy woman. Yang Feng endured the sharp pain in his head and at once crushed a piece of wood in his pocket. Wisps of black smoke rose from the piece of wood, condensing into an owl that emanated powerful energy fluctuations in the void. That owl's eyes swept Yang Feng who was rolling on the ground in pain with a glance. It opened its mouth and spat out Eutarax's voice, Eunice, did this youngster violate the rules of the academy and offend you? Eunice put away her careless look and said lightly, I was just teasing him. Eutarax, are you this youngster's nanny? Eutarax said coldly, his uncle Yang Yi is a good friend of mine. I don't want to see such a thing happen a second time. Eunice had a provocative expression on her face as she sneered, so what if it happens a second time? He's just a waste without any aptitude for becoming a warlock. Even if it's his uncle, he's just a waste hovering around the pinnacle level, one warlock, that's all. Eutarax said lightly, if you do that again next time, I'll complain to the Council of Elders about everything here and have your share of resources reduced. Humph. Eunice's eyebrows creased slightly, she waved her lily-white hand and at once a strange fluctuation of power shrouded Yang Feng. Yang Feng's severe headache was alleviated, he clenched his teeth and stood up. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, she waved her hand and said, Scram. Yang Feng resisted his hatred, slightly bowed towards Eunice in salute and then left. A trifling level, one apprentice warlock in front of an official warlock was still like an ant. How did you offend your teacher? Once he left Eunice's warlock pagoda, the owl possessed by Eutarax opened its mouth and asked. Yang Feng said with a bitter smile, I also don't know. In Warlock College Antalya, apart from the time when he entered the school, Yang Feng flipped out. The rest of the time, he honestly and unceasingly studied all kinds of knowledge. He and Eunice practically didn't have any interactions. He also couldn't understand why this woman would target him. That woman isn't simple, don't provoke her again, otherwise I won't be able to protect you. You still have one more chance to get my help, pay attention. The owl possessed by Utarax warned Yang Feng, then gradually collapsed and turned into ashes. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.